Un, dos, probando. Un, dos, vamos a probar. Un, dos.
Este es el micrófono de Olga. Hay aquí un ruidito extraño de fondo, por lo menos en mis auriculares. Paso a la cabina de francés ahora para probar su relé. regional minister, director for culture, publishers from all over the world. Good morning, everyone. This is finally the day. We are finally here, meeting face to face, and we're meeting in Pamplona. I hope you can imagine how happy that makes us, seeing you here, ready to debate, to talk, to learn from one another, so that we can talk about our passion, books. After 1.5 years of hundreds of hours of meetings, here we are. And it was passion that made us meet here today. Over and above COVID, over and above any challenges that might come in the future, we will still be here for culture. And we've done it this time, and we'll do it again. Our international meeting is going to be the test so that we can reach conclusions and so that we can continue to be passionate about culture, so that we can have the happiness of having a handwritten book that has never been published before, one of those amazing things that we feel in our profession. We feel misunderstood sometimes, we feel undervalued other times. And even so, we're so proud every time we bring that son or daughter that books are to us when we publish them. We are publishers, and we're very much alive and passionate about our profession. You know perfectly well that when citizens are ignorant, tyrants can take advantage. That's why we need to be together and keep pushing in our independent alliance. Editargi, the Association of Publishers here in our region in Navarre, wants to thank you all for joining us, for being here. And I would like to particularly thank the drivers of this event. It's been such an amazing experience, I can tell you. I've learned so much from all of you. Pablo Lacheski, Ediciones LOM in Chile. He's a giant. He's very tall, and he's a giant for culture. And it's thanks to him, partly, that Pamplona today is the capital city of publishing. Alfonso Serrano from the publishing house in Madrid, who has lobbied a lot of people and made things easier. Miquel Mundain, director of Chaparta and a dear friend of mine. I would like to thank Maria, Unain, Eva, all the people who in our association have made this event possible. Camille, Laurence and Marian also, on behalf of the International Alliance. What can I say about you and your team? You've always been so hardworking, with a smile on your face, and making us feel part of the team. I'm sure this is the first of many adventures to come in the future. I would also like to thank the Department of Culture in the region of Navarre. Thank you so much, Regional Minister and your team, for listening to us. And I want to congratulate you for the work you do. Euskara Bidea, the Institute for Women, the Council of Pamplona, the Ministry for Culture in Spain, all the associations and groups of people who've made our meeting possible today. Thank you all. I would like to thank you all. We have a very tough road ahead of us. It's a massive challenge. We want to share our passion with the rest of our partners. We want to remind Navarran citizens that it's for them we work. We all stand from our own publishing house, true, but we're also a team that will make it together, we are sure. So, dear publishers from all over the world, here we are in Pamplona, in Navarre, a region with an age-old ancient history, the Kingdom of Navarre. You will hear about that in the next few days. And in Love Lost, Shakespeare said, Navarre will be the love of the world, and I'm sure that will be the case. Thank you very much, and enjoy our meeting. We will now continue and hear from the regional Minister for Culture in the government of Navarre, Rebecca Esnaola. President of the International Alliance, President of Éditeurs. Dear friends, good morning and welcome to our first meeting of the International Seminar for Independent Publishing. It's going to be a first-hand chance for us to learn about challenges. Is going to be a very important moment for us to learn about the love for culture. And we're going to be learning from people from afar, different ways of working and of being closer to readers all over the world. I'm absolutely certain that this event will be very enriching for us all. We will hear from leading names coming from different continents, experts in this field, so that independent publishing can be more united than ever before, so that they can be committed to citizens and with representatives from the whole value chain. Thanks to the workshops as well, you will have a chance to establish more and better partnerships. You will be able to talk about the rights and the catalogues, because culture has a transformative role in our society, and publishing is certainly one of them. Public institutions need to guarantee the chance for citizens to continue to grow and develop. And I'm sure that your seminar will help our society to be more varied, more diverse. Environmental publishing, the role of women, the promotion of minoritized languages, digitalization, bibliodiversity, interdependencies, the power relations, or what future books will be like. That those will be some of the challenges that you will be facing. And that's why I am certain that for the coming few days, we will have independent publishing coming closer to our society. Pamplona, together with Dakar and Cape Town, will be the cities where you found your venues. And we would like to thank the Alliance for the trust that you have placed upon us. I would like to also thank all the local stakeholders who've made this conference possible. And I'm truly convinced that the comprehensive program you've prepared will be totally successful, will bear its fruits, and Pamplona will be a benchmark for independent publishing. I would also like to invite you to visit, as from Thursday, the book fair in the streets of Pamplona, an event that we hold every year, which our citizens very much look forward to. So once again, my best wishes for the coming few days, for your meetings here today, and for you to enjoy our city. Thank you very much for your attention. Last but not least, we will hear from the director of the International Alliance of Independent Publishing Houses, Laurent. Good morning, everyone. So that we can grow together. Some of us have been in this network for 20 years, and we have here with us some of the people who laid the first stones in our association. So after 2 years of hard work to prepare this meeting, you can hear my voice shaking, thinking about all the hard work that's gone into preparing our event. Unfortunately, because of problems with visas, with health and safety protocols, many people would have liked to be here and they couldn't. We still have so much concern that we've had for the last 2 years with the uncertainty, not knowing if this gathering would be possible. We have been looking after all the eggs in our basket, and we are very happy to see the chicks now. We would like to try and just forget for one moment all the difficulties with healthcare that we've had in the past. And our meeting have to again be one way to prove that we care for one another, respecting boundaries and limitations, and trying to look after one another, because it's a network that's built on trust. We all have that energy, so that our diversity, whether it is of ideas, of languages, of so many things, can bring a new area in this world full of violence, so that we can meet again and interrogate ourselves, having room so that we can listen to different ideas, different words. That's why we're here. We're here to rethink. That's one of the main objectives of our event. I would like to thank all the speakers, the chairs of the roundtable sessions, the workshops. Thank you to the ambassadors. Thank you for all the support that you've given us. And we're here in Pamplona because we want to work together once again. After 6 o'clock, we will have face-to-face meetings. You will have an excellent opportunity to learn more about our colleagues' catalogues, for instance. One more reason for us to meet is to celebrate independent publishing, so that we can stop and think if we need to change pace, and doing so by preserving bibliodiversity. And for you to fully immerse into bibliodiversity, we would like to invite you to visit our stand at the book fair here in Pamplona. We have with us representatives from over 40 countries worldwide. Thank you for the effort you've made, and thank you to Eric Dargui, to Eva, to Jasmine, to the Bureau of the Alliance, our Alliance. They've done so much, and Marianne, the whole team that makes the alliances work such a success. I would also like to thank our partners, our collaborators, particularly so the regional government of Navarre. I would like to thank the Minister for Culture in Spain, the Council in Pamplona, Togo, France, Belgium, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, the Nouvelle-Aquitaine Book Alliance. Thank you, all of you. I would also like to thank the whole team here at the conference center, Baluarte, for their warm welcome. Everybody who's backstage, thank you to the interpreters for their most relevant role so that we can understand one another. So again, here we are to rethink. I would like to wish you the best for our seminar. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we are ready to start with the first roundtable session. Those of you who will be participating, please come and join us here to talk about bibliodiversity, independence and interdependence, challenges for a diversified and committed book ecosystem in the face of current issues, whether it's economic, social, cultural, institutional, or environmental. We will be hearing from Alfonso Serrano, publisher from Oveja Roja in Madrid, Esther Merino, publisher, Kenza Sefrioui, publisher, and also remotely we will be hearing from John B Thompson from the UK and Julien Lefort-Favreau from Quebec. So I would like to just quickly remind you about some messages on logistics. First and foremost, please remember when you leave the building, whether it is for lunch or at the end of a day, please take back your headphones, look after them during the day as well, and leave them here so that they can be charged. I would also like to ask all the speakers to respect the time you've been given for your participation. And to all of you, I would like to remind you that we need to be on time, particularly because we have people following us remotely on streaming, which is something that I would like to thank particularly and greet all of you who are following us on streaming. And last but not least, because of the COVID pandemic, please remember to wear your face masks at all time when you're in the room. Please sit, leaving a seat between you and the next person. And let me remind you that the room will be disinfected at coffee break times, lunch, and so on. Alfonso, please, the floor is all yours. Good morning. I would like to apologize for not speaking the Basque language. It's a shame. So I'll have to intervene in Spanish. My name is Alfonso Serrano, and I'm in charge of coordinating a publishing house, La Oveja Roja, in Madrid, and I'll be chairing the roundtable session. La Oveja Roja was a very interesting project that we set up thanks to Chalaparta. In fact, the publishing house here in Navarre, they encouraged us so much, and we continue to collaborate with them very closely. That's why when the Alliance first mentioned the possibility of holding our meeting here in Pamplona, we've done our best to give ideas, most of them terrible ideas, by the way. And we've done everything we possibly could to make this possible. And I must say, sitting here and seeing this all work is such a pleasure. It's terribly satisfactory. It's very exciting, and I hope the rest of you agree with me. So, once again, all of you who've made this possible, all of you who've joined us here face-to-face in Pamplona, those of you who are joining us remotely, thank you. Honestly, you are the ones who make this possible. So, acknowledgements. that I would also like to make for all the staff, whether it's the interpreters, the technical staff, that again make this possible. And one of the member of the organizing team is terribly shy and never wants to be seen. But Mikel, I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to mention you. You very much deserve it, and here we are at long last. So again, we're ready to start with a roundtable session, the first one, which with a very clear objective. We want to see the context of two of the cores of our collective action in the alliance and of a meeting like ours here today. It's bibliodiversity and independent publishing. So we've talked about this very much in the past. We don't want to just talk and it's just a matter of words and just talk non-stop about bibliodiversity and then do nothing or congratulate ourselves. We want to go beyond that. We want to give as much context as possible, give information about our communities, our society, covering also political aspects and making sure that our ideas are not then just used by cosmetically talking about public policies. That's our objective. So when we first studied how to do this roundtable session, we wanted to have representatives of academia, but also more personal accounts. That's why we have our dear guests who are following us, joining us remotely. And by the way, those of you who are on streaming, please remember that you can also send us your comments or questions on the chat. So we have John B. Thompson, Julien Lefort-Favreau, Kenza Sefrioui, and Esther Merino with us. I'm going to be introducing you to them before they start. And let me start with Julien Lefort-Favreau is professor of Queen's University. He works on publishing sociology with fantastic texts. I'm sure many of you have read his pieces. He works by combining art, politics, and we have here a representative of Lux. He recently published The Luxury of Independence. So, Julien, the floor is all yours, whenever you're ready. Good morning.
Mon intervention sera d'abord relativement générale, et puis j'imagine que dans la période de discussion, nous pourrons donner peut-être des exemples plus concrets. Donc, John Thompson, qui est à ma droite ou à ma gauche sur mon écran, dans son récent Book Wars, montre comment le monde de l'édition n'est pas seulement un temple de marché
I'm going to start talking
mais également le lieu de multiples
about
guerres.
how publishing is not just about culture, it's also about wars. And the book talks about that huge revolution, a true war, which is waged a war of culture. So that's the battlefield that I want to talk about, and I very much hope that my presentation might be a little bit negative. Apologies if I do so. In my book, The Luxury of Independence, I knew that that freedom should be basic for instance, academic liberty, but as long as it continues to have political substance. My book presents a number of specific cases, like, for instance, independent bookshops in English-speaking Canada, the book market in Quebec, and all of that with political challenge, because we're not talking about a topic with very strict codes. It's an ensemble of that needs to have a practical use. So we have a specific combat of aesthetics, politics, and ideology, two opposing poles in independent publishing, with different negotiated positions which tend to be not very clear. We have the avant-garde polarity that wants to transform the world. The other one is counter-hegemony, which goes against the culture, and it doesn't really want to integrate publishing. We're not very much interested in that one here. I want to talk about anti-capitalism, where we have the combat for the conservation of culture, a multiplicity of local struggles, really. The economies of knowledge in institutional places, for instance, universities or libraries, that is, places where knowledge and culture are kept. Well, they all have an influence on contents. The Marxist framework would define it that way, at least. So, after that general context, we might all be wondering, what about the alternative feasible economic model? What could that be? So, I am a strong believer in how independence, publishing independence, needs interventions against the market, because historically, free speech has been enriched historically.
And I come to my point. A book is something which is defined by the work of different actors. And my position is no purist at all, but it doesn't exclude books which have been called popular or fun, right? I think that a book which has been published in an independent way responds to the free speech, to a need to have his free speech, and it does not respond to the diktats of commerce. And the means of the publishers serve that purpose. I think that books exist in a more vital, more necessary perspective, which is linked to identity struggles, to the struggles of communities, of local communities. All of this panel of the world book production escapes what some people call the expropriation, the symbolic expropriation of Amazon. Those are the different strategies that neoliberalism actually uses to displace us from our places of culture, our private life. The platform capitalism does not want to disseminate culture, does not want to disseminate the book culture or participate in democratic debates. We see ever more clearly that, for example, in the case of Facebook, that the search of profit is being done in detriment of democratic reason. The identity precarity is at the heart of the debates of bibliodiversity, and that makes it so that the union of independent forces is essential. I'm thinking, for example, of a publishing house which has been persecuted. Well, that highlights the perverse effects of some bad persecution. And it's no use to defend the freedom of speech without guaranteeing the freedom of publishing houses. You cannot just publish books against the reason of the powerful. It's not, publishers have, some vain personal ideas, and they can become some, spectacle of virtue, which is not real virtue, right? But it's the independence of the group of independent publishers. There's actually a call to create collective forces. There's a sociologist which shows this tragedy of capitalist will. They dismantle, they domesticate any wish and any whim. There's no chance for resisting it, for escaping. But the essential thing is that we have to create this from, using the forces of collective actors, which have complex interests. And I think that the different actors, the different actors of the book value need to struggle against the financiarization of the book chain. There is the ideology of economic growth and the destruction of the environment. They play a role as well. If the book industry does not rethink this model fundamentally, if it only sort of re-elaborates it, it will die. The paper crisis, which has been provoked in part by the great demand for a quick supply, compels us to do different things, because otherwise we will become decadent. The book industry is actually trying to escape the independent book industry is trying to escape the platform capitalism. We could actually, as independent trade, as independent book trade, must maintain ourselves viable, must continue to be viable. We should not, we should resist, nationalizing the sector, the industry, as well. There are some ideas that I would propose here. I go here beyond I went in my book. I propose that book independence must be thought from the degrowth ideology. Degrowth must be not just economic, but also intellectual. And because of that, we have to participate in an erosion of capitalism with the definanciarization and the lack. And we have to work with an industry where there's a lack of profit. But what are the views of, my neighborhood booksellers, etc.? What are their perspectives? What are their views? We have to think about those as well. If we think that books are a platform, a vehicle for social change, then we don't need to stay within the books. We must go beyond. And we must create material situations so the transformation may happen. You might think that this is a decadent idea, but I think it's actually crucial. I think that the right-wing capitalism actually benefits from some of the neoliberalism ideas, and it prevents the book sector from becoming emancipated. The emancipated book has been so for generations and will continue to be so. It will continue to emancipate others as well. But be careful. We should not be impressed by the results of some independent publishers. There is, you know, an ever wider chasm between Amazon and the small independent publishers. There are many challenges, and some of those are political. At least in Canada, they are so because there is a huge misunderstanding of the policies regarding the intellectual war at stake. There's no opportunity now for many independent book publishers, and they must all be emancipated. Not just the individuals that make up those houses, but the houses themselves. And, you know, independent publishers are somehow captive to an ideology of growth. And if they continue to do that, they'll have to marry the exploiting models, the dominating models that we have. If it does so, it will be an accomplice of them. We must be emancipated. An emancipated good is an equitable good. And any social goal that we have must have that as a goal as well. The Russian Ecosocial is a sociologist who calls upon us to establish a relationship, to put the relationship that we have with the objects at the heart of the dismantling struggle that we carry against capitalism. There is a hierarchy which is imposed upon us in order to start the dismantling of capitalism. One of the examples that we could use is the one of our ancestors. Our ancestors considered as an essential need to be able to look at the sky. I can see the starry sky from my office here. It's 4:40 in the morning here in Quebec. But there is an artificial need of being enlightened at any time, right? Of being illuminated at any time. And that has made the access to darkness a rare thing. For example, in Canada, the culture of greenhouses enables you to produce at night. In our countryside, as well as in our cities, there is a horrible need of light. Therefore, Julien says, we must produce emancipated goods, goods that must be emancipated from their program obsolescence, goods that can be reused over time. We like to see the books at the margins of economy that they have nothing to do with the destruction of the world by capitalism. We like to think that writers and books fight against capitalism just by their words. But I think that any subversive activity describes itself as part of an economy. And so we must bear that into account. We must bear that in mind. If we try to establish an alternative economy, its very strength would be to expand itself, and the book industry will have to revise its practices in order to fit into that alternative economy. As Christian Ross said, we might have a sort of luxury communism. We could extract the books, we could deprive them of their mercantile, of their trade value. And we could actually make it possible to circulate the books in a different way. Actually trying not to destroy the ecosystem, not to exploit the workers. This war of positions could be transformed into a war of movements by subverting the market rules from the margins, by democratizing culture and by not favoring the destruction of the planet.
Tras Julien, vamos a escuchar a John B. Thompson, que es uno de los sociólogos a quien al menos yo más respeto, alguien que lleva produciendo y trabajando sobre el ámbito de la edición desde hace décadas.
Our new friend, John B. Thompson, has been working in the publishing sector, in the publishing industry for many years, for decades. He is actually the director of a brilliant publishing house based in the United Kingdom and the US. He's the author of a myriad of books, amongst which we could highlight maybe Ideology and Other Culture, The Merchants of Culture. Sorry, Ideology and Modern Culture, The Media Modernity, Books in the Digital Age, and Book Wars, which has been translated into Spanish here. It's a pleasure to have you. John, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to participate in this event. I think it's a wonderful event, and I love the focus and theme of your conference. So I've been asked to speak about the threats and opportunities in relation to the development of a diversified ecosystem of independent publishing. So in my view, the main challenges are twofold. First, there's the growing consolidation in the publishing industry, driven by both economic and technological factors. It's happening in two main areas. There's the consolidation of the big publishers. This is not new, it's been going on since the 1960s, but it's been given a fresh impetus in recent years by the digital revolution. We've seen some high-profile mergers and takeovers, like the merger of Penguin and Random House, and now the proposed takeover of Simon & Schuster by Penguin Random House. And there's also been massive consolidation in the retail sector, driven by the growing dominance of Amazon in both print books and e-books. It's difficult to overstate the significance of this. Thanks to the digital revolution, Amazon has become the most powerful organization that the book publishing business has ever known in its 500-year history. That's an astonishing fact. As Amazon takes more and more market share, it becomes a de facto monopsony in the publishing world. And it's able to put more and more pressure on publishers, all publishers, independent and conglomerate, pushing them into ever greater concentration in order to protect themselves from Amazon. This is a huge threat to the diversity of our industry. The second challenge is the growing complexity of our information environment brought about by the digital revolution. This is both a threat and an opportunity. On the one hand, it is generating a proliferation of content online, and we're all swamped with content now. Not only audiovisual content, but also, frankly, a proliferation of books that are being self-published on a growing number of self-publishing platforms. The numbers are truly staggering. There are millions of books being published every year in the US alone. More and more publishing activity is now taking place outside of traditional publishing houses, whether these are the big houses or small indie publishers. This creates new challenges in terms of making your book stand out and get noticed in what is an increasingly crowded information marketplace. What is commonly described in English as the problem of discoverability. How do you get your books noticed? How do you get people's attention in a world where people are bombarded by more and more content demanding their attention, and where many of the old levers like book review media and bricks and mortar bookstores are declining or even disappearing? This is a big and important problem for us all. But the digital revolution also creates new opportunities. I'll come to these in a minute. So, how should we respond to these huge challenges of our time? If our aim is to nourish a diversified ecosystem of publishing, and I completely share that aim. Well, there are lots of things that could and should be done, but since my time is limited, let me focus on 5. The first thing is really, really important, but it's not in the hands of publishers. It's more a political matter. It's really important, in my view, for governments and supranational government bodies like the EU to have strong antitrust policies and to take other steps to prevent the formation of monopolies and monopsonies and maintain a diversified marketplace. It's encouraging to see that the Department of Justice in the US has filed a lawsuit to block the takeover of Simon & Schuster by Penguin Random House. That's a move in the right direction. But in my view, much, much more needs to be done. The antitrust authorities should be looking hard at Amazon too, because Amazon is becoming a virtual monopoly on the side of the retail business, and this enables it to put more and more pressure on suppliers, that is, to become a monopsony. The book business needs a diversified marketplace and a plurality of retail outlets. So the formation of virtual monopolies like Amazon, who are commanding a greater and greater market share and putting more and more pressure both on independent booksellers and on suppliers, that is publishers, is dangerous for the business. Moreover, in many European countries, the existence of fixed price regimes is a really important way of preventing the heavy discounting of books. And discounting favors Amazon and other large book retailers. So I do hope that you'll fight to keep your laws on fixed prices. I wish we had them in the Anglo-American world. This is one of the most important things you can do to protect small booksellers and to maintain and nourish a diversified marketplace for books. The second thing I want to highlight is the importance of focusing on quality over quantity. The more crowded the marketplace becomes, the more important it is for publishers to curate their lists and focus on authors and books that have a distinctive voice and make a real difference. There's no point publishing more and more books that sell in smaller and smaller quantities. It's much better to focus on really outstanding authors who have something important to say and on books that make a real contribution to the cultural conversation, whatever that contribution might be. And here I want to underscore the importance of publishing authors as much as books, publishers have a really important role to play in finding outstanding authors, helping them develop their ideas in ways that work well as books, and building a readership for them. This takes time and expenditure and commitment, and it may not pay off in the short term. Indeed, it may not pay off at all. But if you get it right, it can deliver results in the long term. And it's really important, in my view, for publishers, independent as well as other publishers, to take the long-term view. Publishing is not a short-term business. Invest in outstanding authors and stick by them. Authors are your content creators, and as a publisher, you are nothing without them. The third thing I want to stress is this: know your readers. Publishers need to become more reader-centric and communicate directly with readers. It's worth emphasizing that this is a huge change in the 500-year history of publishing. Not only a change for independent publishers, but for all publishers. It's a very, very different way for publishers to think about who they are and what they do. For most of the 500-year history of publishing, most publishers thought of themselves, and still think of themselves, as B2B businesses, to use the jargon of business studies. That is, they produced books and sold them to other businesses, to intermediaries in the book supply chain, to retailers or wholesalers. Their customers were other businesses. Publishers didn't have a direct relationship with readers, and they didn't know much about them either. The job of dealing with readers was left to other players in the book supply chain, namely to the booksellers. But this traditional model of the publishing business has been radically disrupted by the digital revolution. And there are lessons here for publishers. Publishers should stop thinking of themselves as B2B businesses and should start to take readers seriously. It's really the readers who are their customers, and publishers need to know what interests them and what they want to read. And fortunately, just as the digital revolution forced publishers to start thinking about their readers, the digital revolution also gave publishers the tools to do this on scale. One way publishers can do this is to build databases of their readers so that they can communicate directly with them and let them know about the books they're publishing. But it's not just about direct marketing. It's also about building communities of readers who feel that they have some stake in the publishing process, some affinity to the publisher and the kinds of books and authors that a publisher is publishing. And small independent publishers who publish committed books with a real edge are actually very well placed to do this. In some ways, better placed to do it than the large corporate publishers. Because many people feel some cultural and political affinity to these organizations and want to know what they're doing. They're happy to hear from them. Some small independent publishers, for example, like McSweeney's in San Francisco, have been hugely successful at doing this. And they have built an email list with hundreds of thousands of individuals interested in their books. That's a lot of potential readers to be communicating with on a regular basis. In my view, this is one of the most important things that indie publishers, indeed any publishers, can do today. The big challenge that the digital revolution presents to publishers today could be put simply like this. How do you make your businesses more reader-centric? Engage more directly with your ultimate customers, the readers, and build new channels of communication with them. And how do you rethink the role that publishers and books could and should play in the changing information and communication environment of the 21st century? This brings me to the fourth point, which is to adopt a multi-stranded marketing approach that takes advantage of the opportunities opened up by the digital revolution. Of course, making good use of social media is important here, and using email to communicate directly with readers is crucial. But this is a fast-moving space, and there are lots of other things you can do. For example, some small publishers have had real success with organizing Zoom events around books, moving away from physical events to virtual events. This has really surged during the pandemic and enabled publishers to include many more people from all over the world. Not only is this a great way to promote authors and books, it's also a great way to build a community of interested, engaged readers, because many of the people who participate in these events will also be interested in joining your email list. But it's also important to say that these various forms of digital marketing should not be seen as alternatives to more traditional kinds of marketing, like publicity and reviews. These things are not alternatives, they are not either or options. You can and should do both, and they're most effective when they're working together. Despite all the changes brought about by the digital revolution, it remains the case that getting prominent reviews in the national press can sell books like nothing else. Now, this brings me to the fifth and final point, which is the importance of cultivating horizontal relations among independent publishers, both within your own language domain and across languages. Independent publishers can learn a lot from one another about the things that have worked for them and the things that haven't worked. Now, sometimes this isn't easy because competitive rivalries often intervene. But the more that independent publishers can put aside these rivalries and share knowledge and experiences with one another, the more the culture of indie publishing will flourish. And here I think there's a particular value in developing horizontal relations among publishers in different countries and different language domains. We have much to learn from one another about which authors are important and which books do well in other countries and other languages, and there is much to be gained, both for publishers and for the broadening of our cultural horizons more generally, in finding the best authors and books in other languages and making them available in your own. And in my experience, this happens best not so much in the formal meetings that take place at book fairs like Frankfurt and London, but rather in the informal discussions among publishers and editors who have an in-depth knowledge of the intellectual and cultural landscapes in which they live and work, and who are happy to share that knowledge in a context of mutual trust and shared commitment to the goal of publishing books of real value and quality. Thank you very much.
For that fantastic presentation, and we will later on have a Q&A session, logically. And then I would also like to introduce you to Kenza and Esther. Kenza, she is a fantastic ally, a friend. Kenza Sefrioui is a cultural journalist, a literary critic and publisher, co-founder of the publishing house Toutes, lettres, and cultural activist. She's also researched this industry, books, in her own country, Morocco. I think she's probably got a lot to say about the relationships, that fabric that's made around publishing houses. Good morning, and thank you very much. I would like to thank other speakers who've been kind enough to share their knowledge, their lights, their shadows. Thank you all so much for teaching me so much. So we have a challenge. What is independent publishing going to be like in the future? Because we can't stop. Things change. We can't just sit and wait for it to stop changing. So that's my challenge today, and giving you the context that I know about, obviously, about Morocco. I hope that what I mention also reminds you of things in your own backgrounds. Well, independent publishing for us is a real luxury. In Morocco, books are not normal items that normal people have. So they're luxury items. Books are expensive because we need to import paper, ink, the equipment, the machinery, and they're not. They're also expensive because very often they're small issues with a low number of books. So again, I will say it again: books are expensive. The cheaper book in Morocco tends to be around €7. That's the price, and the basic salary would be €250 a month. Not only that, there are very few public libraries in the country, around 600 libraries for 36 million inhabitants. That means that 2 out of 3 towns and villages and cities don't have a library. A lot of schools don't have a library. Even when there is a library, it might be books might be locked away. They're not lent very easily because students might steal them. They might disappear. And people would normally read one book, Quran. Some very traditional books, very negative books, which, as you can imagine, are not terribly inspiring for students. Books tend to look quite intimidating to the average student as well. And we're talking about a country with about 40% illiteracy rate and functional illiteracy is even harder. Some 75% of Moroccans are functionally illiterate. That's the context in a country where books are not seen in households, are not used by families normally. Books are not associated with passions or dreams. Dreams are read at their best because you really need to read that particular book for your education, your training, but nothing to do in general with pleasure, with dreams, with passions and personal development. Books tend to not be plural, but singular, individual. The only book most households would have at best is Quran as a symbol of authority, religious authority in this case. I personally feel that those societies and communities that are only about one particular book, I don't tend to trust them too much. And not only that, classic Arabic is very different from Moroccan Arabic, and most books are published in traditional Arabic, not in Moroccan Arabic or in Amazigh. Some books are still published in French. A few books are published in Amazigh or in Moroccan Arabic. But again, those books are not particularly publicized or disseminated. If you want to publish a book, you have to have access to so many different resources, and publishing houses tend to belong to the bourgeoisie, with the support of some members of academia, and there's still the old tradition of a rich family or a rich man who funds a book. That's the way publishing continues to be very limited and very elitist in my country. Publishing is also very much connected with militant groups in Morocco. That is, groups of people who maybe went to university together, who are very much engaged with a particular association or certain concepts, but very much in academia, not very much at all in practical terms in society. As Mr. Johnson said very rightly, we feel that in Morocco, certainly, publishing houses focus too much on authors and not on readers. That makes libraries also weaker. Readers feel very much alien in a Moroccan library. And publishing should never work in a closed loop, particularly if it wants to promote diversity or democracy. I'm a publisher mostly of human sciences. It might be different in other fields, but certainly in our case, we feel that we are a part of the drivers for social change. And we can only do so if we're close to readers, so that books can be popular items, so that we can build bridges with our community. And that's why in Morocco, there are some of us who believe in civil society, a solid Moroccan civil society that we can use as our foundations. One more important task to be done is building links with academia, with universities, and most books might be published for 300, 400 copies a year for 5 years, maybe 1,500 copies being published at most, that is telling us that people don't read. Academics don't read. Most Moroccan professors don't read, and they just have a permanent position with a salary, and it doesn't go beyond that. We want more than that. We want to build strong connections with academia, with Moroccan professors, with researchers who can publish and have a true debate with their students, and so that university students can also see that in our country you can have ideas that get published. We need then those links. We need the attachment, and we can only do so if we go beyond those egos, whether it's of authors or academics. We feel that publishers should also be courageous and dare publish those topics that, or those authors that are not trendy, that are not fashionable, and not stop at trends or fashions. Sometimes go against the current be daring. So how can we do all of this? And I would like to mention not just Alfonso, but also Jean and Tony. We've been working together and collaborating to try and find ways to publish less books, but more inclusive books that can also then be disseminated and marketed properly, so that we can rebuild our links with our society, with our communities, and explain to people that books are not ornaments. That's our passion. We want people to have access to books, for them to open them and see how books can transform their daily lives. I'm very hopeful for our meeting for the next few days, so that we can have a better link between written language and spoken language, so that books are not intimidating, are not a tool for authority or for to prove that there is such a thing as illegitimate ideas. We've recently launched in Morocco a platform of Open Shabab, it's called, with the younger generations, whether it is journalists, publishers, researchers, who mostly specialize so far on narrative journalism. And it's been great. We've been working with these young journalists, and we've got them in touch with students at university for mentorship links to work. We want to for them to learn from those real situations, and so that what's published is not abstract, is not imaginary, so that people can buy books and understand what it's like to be a mother who left her children behind in Morocco and traveled over to Spain to harvest mushrooms, and sometimes be harassed or even sexually abused, telling all those stories, so that they're not just facts and figures on statistics, because dissemination is a vector which is so powerful when it comes to communicate ideas and explain reality. We also want to stop thinking about authors as stars and only stars. We want readers to understand that authors are just people like they are, to feel close to them, to see their lights and shadows with nuances, because having those multiple angles and points of view is basic for closeness. We would also like to have an alternative channel to better disseminate our books and market our books. Partly making the most of those groups and associations that are already up and running, most of them very small groups, and being in touch with those groups, those associations, asking them then to publicize books, to disseminate that knowledge, so that they can talk to their people and persuade them that books are great. Use them as witnesses, we call them. And we feel collective books are very practical from that point of view, explaining, for instance, what needs a particular community has. Collective books explaining that to people. We shouldn't stand on a pedestal and tell individuals or our society what they need to do. We just need to let them have access to basic elements in their lives. And I'm not saying that we should just tell people they're always right, never criticize anything anybody does. Not at all. But we need that conversation. We need that debate. We need to make sure there is room for plurality to be there, so that communication can be not top-down, but bottom-up and across the board and diverse. That's the only way for us to develop and keep growing. Learning never happens one single way. There has to be feedback. I'm very new in my profession. I'm learning so much about contracts, about copyright, the necessary communication with printers. We're learning all of that as we go along. Ongoing learning and development. And the challenge for us is teaching people to learn how to read our books. And we feel our work is a little bit like a laboratory with very different stakeholders, including certainly the civil society, so that we can generate knowledge that's for the people, with the people. We can't just do what we need to do just working with our professionals. We need to call upon academia, the civil society, public institutions, the different industries involved, and that's the way forward, on the basis of practical work, and remembering that being independent publishers, we have the responsibility of letting the marginalized have a voice. We need to serve our communities. I think that's totally a necessary condition for publishers to be able to change society. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. We will also be hearing from Esther Merino. Esther has a wealth of experience in a very structured book market, I would say, the French market. Between 2012 and 2019, she was leading the way at Sol et Lune éditions, and also since 2019, she took over Le Monédières, a generalist publishing house. She's had very interesting experiences with associations and partnership. For instance, she's now president of AENA, the Association of Publishers in Nouvelle-Aquitaine, and secretary of FEDE. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And listening to my colleagues, I was thinking how similar all our challenges and problems are. So we decided to set up our association during the time of the pandemic. We thought it was the right time for all the publishers in Nouvelle-Aquitaine to get together and make the most of whatever opportunities the pandemic might bring with it. Opportunities or needs, really. So our group was set up in a little bit of a rush, and we feel the association is particularly strong and interesting because we cover so many different themes and topic areas. And it's great when we meet and talk, the feeling that we've all got the same objectives, that we all have the same vision, and that we're all truly convinced that we won't be successful if we work separately. That's the lesson we should learn from bees and beehives. That's my personal view, at least. Maybe I'm a little bit of an idealist. So that's our context. And in France, we now have then the Federation of Independent Publishers in France, and one of the members is our association in our region, Nouvelle-Aquitaine. We've been holding meetings and having conversations, strengthening the partnerships that we all had separately. She's chopping and changing from French into Spanish, the speaker is. So, as I was saying, it's great having our meetings and finding that we all have very similar needs and objectives. For instance, it might be school books. That might be the challenge at a particular time. When we have our meetings, we sometimes stop and think, hang on a minute, what is it like to be independent, really? What are we talking about? Are we talking about being independent from the point of view of quality, for instance? Well, in France, it means that we don't have 51% of the company in the hands of one particular private individual or a particular company. That's the technical definition. And yet, that's not always very practical. We've been trying to find a better definition for what being an independent publisher is, whether it should be defined from a financial point of view with financial elements. We have to find the way, and finding a charter that we stand for. Maybe it has to do with quality or with certain moral aspects, or because we want to have a small number of books in our catalogue. There are so many different ways of defining what being independent is about. Sometimes we might be sitting in front of colleagues who are also there on behalf of independent publishers, and we all define being independent differently. So we're all small bees. Let's be clever and get together into some kind of a beehive whenever it's practical. That's great, listening to all of you. I've been taking down some notes. For instance, responsibility and accountability would be interesting right now in the Q&A session. What we could do to make things better. So I think it's time now to hear from people in the room or from questions and comments that may have been sent to the chat online. We heard first the representatives of academia, then the practitioners, I would call them. We've had all those different points of view, and I want to encourage you in the audience here in Pamplona or on streaming to make the most of our 4 fantastic guests. The floor is all yours now then for questions or comments. Absolutely. If you have anything to say, you can ask whenever to take the floor. Well, I was just wondering, because I thought it might be polite if we hear the questions or comments first from the streaming chat. That might be a good idea. I was also thinking that Julien is probably the only one who doesn't have, shall we call, a practitioner's point of view, who's more here on behalf of the academia. You haven't really worked in publishing, as far as I know, at least. Julien, what would be your opinion? What would be your recommendation for us here for the rest of the week? Where do you think we should be focusing mostly for the next few days here in Pamplona? Thank you for allowing me to share my opinion. In fact, I have been a practitioner, and I still am, because I'm very active in a cultural journal that also publishes books, and they're sold in bookshops. So that's my little bit of experience as a practitioner in publishing here in Quebec. You're asking me for my opinion about what you could be doing for the rest of the week. Well, I personally think the protection of bookshops is a super basic point. If I compare, for instance, how publishing is protected or not, well, that's the case in Canada, definitely, and not so in Italy. For some countries, our situation here in the industry in Quebec is like a dream come true. And yet, what happens with independent bookshops? Not publishing, but bookshops. Because we often have subsidies and different types of support given to books and to publishing. And yet nothing has been done, to my knowledge, to help bookshops. And Kenza said it really well. We need readers, or John Thompson was proposing that we need a community of readers, a readership community that could easily happen now online on the internet, which is fair enough. But I think we would also need other channels, other platforms. And then bookshops need to come into play. Otherwise, we're talking about a closed loop where we just talk about publishing. That wouldn't be very practical, right? I live in Quebec, I read in French, and I buy my books from independent publishers online. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. And now it's over to, oh, I can see a hand has been raised in the room. Pablo, we'll let you have the roving mic shortly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you so much. Your talks were very interesting. I will have two questions, one to Julien Lefort and another one to John Thompson. Julien Lefort d'abord. How to you were speaking about the people who were emancipated, the books who were emancipated. How to consider that in the context of the capitalist society, how to emancipate as publishers. And the second one, you wish to implicate readers as part of the publishing process. But if you have to criticize in general, you know, one critic that could be said is that you transform a book into an easily sellable thing and how to put readers more in the center of the industry without falling into that capitalist logic, and how to use marketing tools that serve vigilance capitalism. If we use them, they could actually maybe transform our own goals as independent publishers, right? If we do that. I'm gonna answer quite quickly. The degrowth of independent publishing in the capitalist system, you know, is something that I would foster. There have been a sort of correspondence of big journals in all big cities in Quebec, excluding Montreal. And those media, those journals, have been abandoned by their owners. And the journalists working for them have constituted an association, a cooperative, in order to go on with their work. Those are medium-sized journalists, and they have been able to federate themselves to constitute a cooperative. And those journals function very well right now. They were able to get some subsidies, especially during the COVID pandemic. They could get, work as research journalists. So cooperatives are an example. I think that they enable us to go from the ruins of publishing into something else, into a new possibility, right? I think that independent publishing houses must infiltrate into capitalism and constitute themselves as much as possible as associations or as cooperatives. I think that that's one way to survive within capitalism. But let's leave the concept of profit as much as we can. I think that's essential. And I join John Thompson when he says that you have to lean more to demand, that you have to actually we were speaking about an industry that is throwing to the garbage about 30%, up to 40% of production sometimes. So that's not the right way to go. John, did you hear that correctly? The second part of your question.
Okay, let me respond to the question about readers. So I understood the question to be, how does a publisher orient itself towards readers without becoming subservient to readers' tastes, beliefs, even prejudices? It's a good question, but I think it's a false dilemma. I think it's perfectly possible for a publisher to be thinking about its readership or the readership for its books without assuming that all it's doing is cultivating or publishing to satisfy existing tastes. You can also stretch taste. You can be critical. You can be probing. You can be interrogating beliefs, whether they are popular beliefs or beliefs of your readers or whatever. There's no. This is not a matter simply of being subservient to existing belief systems. It's a much bigger issue. It's the issue. The issue is this: that many publishers have often thought of themselves as being in this completely autonomous position, using their judgment to decide what's worth publishing, and this is like a little boat that they push out to sea, and they hope that that boat will find land somewhere. But most of those boats sink. They don't find a readership. They don't know. Many people. There are not many people who are interested in those books, and so they are publishing many books that don't sell very well at all, because they are not thinking about who they are publishing them for and what the current, what their audience is and who they are publishing these books for. And my argument here is that it's really important for publishers to realize that they are intermediaries between authors on the one hand and readers on the other, and they have to be thinking about both of them. They have to be thinking, of course, about their authors. They have to be looking for good authors and finding good authors and helping good authors who have something to say, and not just the established authors, but also new authors, young authors, creative thinkers. They have to be thinking about them, but they also have to be thinking about who they are publishing these books for. What readers are out there who are interested in what they're doing, and they don't have to simply, as I say, reaffirm existing beliefs. They can publish books that are thoughtful and critical and probing and counterintuitive and which go against the grain of popular belief. But they have to be thinking about who they are publishing them for. So I think it's perfectly possible for publishers to think again about who their readership is and build channels of communication with their readers without simply becoming subservient to existing tastes. That's a false dilemma in my view.
Thank you very much. I think there is another question from the audience.
Because of the particular context, selling 500 or 600 copies of a book is actually amazing. Selling 2,000 is a dream. So, I think we're doing important work. I mean, not just other smaller publishing houses. Without support, on the smell of an oil rag, and giving voices that would not be heard and raising issues that would not have been considered because of the kinds of things that we see as important not only as individuals, but because of the sort of intellectual network that we're part of. So in some ways, some of the things that you guys have been saying, it's kind of, you know, I mean, obviously they're very important points, but it's sort of coming from an embedded place of not at all speaking to the context from which I am operating. Yeah.
Maybe here at the round table, the context that Kenza, in which Kenza develops her work, might actually give some hints as regards those equilibria, those balances that one must have in order to cope with the very different initiatives, with some material conditions that are not always stable or strong. If you can actually tell me again. Yeah, actually, yes. She was not listening, so it's been retranslated in French. Actually, we know quite well if you know, we want to do something capitalist, if we want to, you know, have a huge villa, you know, buy a huge villa, we would not be independent publishers, right? So you need to actually know where you are. We do things in order to compensate things that are lacking where we are. We at the very beginning did not think of our project as strictly economic, but you know, we thought something to do that was original, that was enriching, and you know, if we had continued with the classical scheme, you know, if I had done it, I would have gone on as a journalist, right? But I wanted to go beyond. I wanted to publish books. And, you know, when I started, you know, doing that, I started to do more and more experimental things. And I think, you know, that these constraints that we have is also a way to reconsider our industry, to reconsider our profession. And that has enabled us to recreate our readers, you know, our reading basis. We don't have any solid circuits. If we sell 1,000 copies of a book, that's a huge bestseller in Morocco. But if we see the problem in a different way, not as a problem, if we say the book industry is in ruins, there are no readers, well, we hear that every day. People go to internet, people used to read, but now people don't read any longer. So if, you know, if you listen to that, there's no debate. But if you say, I'm going to train my readers, I'm going to show them what a book is, I'm going to show them how we build a book, how we manufacture a book, readers then will understand the work behind the correction work, the binding work. Because some people would think that, you know, a book is a rectangular object, you know, with some stuff inside. And, you know, that you can manufacture that as in a huge factory, right? So people are ignorant of what making a book is or what a book is. So when we do this training to readers, we explain to people, we explain to young people how to build a book and how to go to the public debate, to the public sphere, using those objects, which are books. Okay, new comments, some new comments, maybe new questions? There is yet another.
It's really very interesting. My name is Samar Haddad. I'm from Atlas Publishers in Damascus, Syria. So yes, for the academic, it was really beautiful and very informative. And I fully understand where from Paolo, Colleen, and Kenza come from, because I almost live in the same conditions and atmosphere and culture, of course. But I would like to stress on the point of Mr. Thompson out of a personal experience on focusing on the readers. And it's we've been doing this for the last maybe 5 years, not because we are very clever, but because we don't have distributors and booksellers in Damascus, I mean. So we started inviting readers to our place, to our publishing house, to the office, and we kind of form a community of readers that are becoming very loyal day after day, and always come for anything new, regardless of the genre or the even if it's written in Arabic or translated from other languages, because they started to know our standard of publishing and about the books we choose. We publish everything out of like a strong belief in bibliodiversity, of course. And we do human science, we do like literature, diaries, poetry. So each genre of this has their own readers who are repeat customers. So we succeeded in this because I think it was imposed on us because of the situation of the country in general. But it's working magically, and they keep coming all the time. So it helps a lot to focus on the readers. It's not about satisfying the taste of the market, as it is shaping the taste of the readers and educating them about the necessity of reading all genres and all like kind of books, whether it's translated or written in the original language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's quite clear, I think, and we're going to be speaking about that in the following few days. It's quite clear that we'll have a diversity of contexts, a diversity of situations. A great challenge for us all is to find some common points, to find some common stimuli which exist. And listening to this experience is quite inspiring. As Kenza was saying, we must reinvent ourselves, facing difficulties. And, you know, from our context, we can only imagine that when we hear you. We don't know that. Thank you very much for your insights. There is yet another comment, another question. Over there, please. Hello. Thank you very much to the organizers for having united us all here, for having found solutions to the problems that we are undergoing. My name is Nadia Salmi. I come from Morocco. We are publishers in Morocco. I come from Morocco together with Kenza, and I'd like to speak about my personal experiences here. I've always said that in Morocco, we're not publishers, we're militants, we're activists first. We're not behind our office waiting for readers to come towards us. We have a huge problem. It's not readers that lack. What we are lacking is distribution, is retail. The books have no means to get to the readers. We have a single retail distributor. They have a monopoly, and they're not interested in Moroccan books. Why? Well, because we try to manufacture low-price books. And so the margin that they would get as distributors would be very small. So they're just not interested. So that's where we have a lack there. And that's a huge problem. If we don't solve the distribution problem, we cannot say there are readers or there are no readers. We don't know. And the solution, in my opinion, would be to go out to the terrain, to go out there. I've been publishing books for kids for years now. And we who publish books for kids, we have a responsibility for preparing and for catering for a new generation. I think we have a very important role as such. So, we see that children don't read. So what did I decide to do? I decided to go to the children. If the kids don't go to the books, I go to the children. And I organized reading sessions, free reading sessions, every Saturday morning with children, with their parents. Sometimes we have up to 200 people. One time we got up to 300 people. And these activities have been so successful that I actually developed this activity in 15 different towns and cities in Morocco. So the readers are indeed there. After this, I created a new event, another event. I created this in several towns.
Events that I've called traveling literature, covering different writers, not just in Morocco, but from outside Morocco as well. And it's 2 hours to 2.5 hours at a time when I hold those sessions. Let me just tell you that we had 3,000 kids come to the one in Rabat, 5,000 in Marrakesh, and the most recent session, over 10,000 kids. So we do have readers, they're there, they do exist. So let's stop being dramatic and just sitting at our office desks and expect for things to happen to us and people to come to us. Let's get out of the office and make the most of the resources that we have. For instance, in Morocco, we have the public system, the private system for libraries, and also in Morocco we find it's mostly very Arabic center books, traditional Arabic in public libraries. So that might not be very useful in most cases for us. But I can tell you, parents, a lot of younger parents are very, very keen on their kids reading interesting books. So we have to find a way to connect readers and publishers. The link was meant to be supposedly public institutions, for instance, ministries, right? And in my country, they perfectly well know that there is a problem, that they're not doing their job properly, and yet, you know, they know, but they don't solve the problem. I set up the first publishing house in my country of books for children in 1987, and I'm still doing it for free. I'm not getting paid for it. I'm a militant. It's not a job, really.
Thank you so much. Yes. Hello, this is actually more of a comment, of a reflection than a question, but I do have a question afterwards. It might not have an answer, though. So, if I understand correctly, we have to be economically viable, right? So we've spoken about ways of making them viable. Our obligation is to go find the readers for the books that we manufacture, that we make. I share the insights, for doing quality instead of quantity. But we're gonna publish books that will not have very many readers either. And I think that there are some projects with a great social transformation capacity. And I think that we should not say no to those just because they will not sell a lot. I am a publishing house in Catalonia, Spain. We are called the Green Cock in Spanish or Catalan. And actually, I think that we have to go for suicides, what we call suicides, right? We say it in a funny way, and they might not be, they might not sell a lot, but maybe we'll be able to, for media to speak about climate refugees, etc. We might sell 300 copies at most, but the media, the society at large will be able to focus a little bit more on those subjects, and that's a value that goes beyond the commercial one, right? We have to give visibility to minorities, etc., and I think that's a good way for doing that. If we sell books to minorities, those books will be sold less. We have an Anglo-Saxon dominance, cultural dominance, that's a fact. Most of the things that we consume here in Spain comes from the Anglo-Saxon culture. 30% of what is published in Catalan comes from English, just to give you a hint on it. And, some people say that, anything that comes from the Anglo-Saxon world is a lot better than vernacular culture, such as the Polish or the Spanish culture, right? I don't think so. I think that whenever, that is for the narratives and the debates, we must generate those as well. We must generate debate. This is a large reflection, and I understand that this is not a real question, that in the coming debates there will be some more about that. Yes, says the moderator. There are some workshops coming, and one of them is regards the power relationships, and we are approaching our time limit here, so I think it'd be a good idea to go. Actually, there is a digital question coming in. So,
thank you very much for letting me have this chance. I just wanted to add something after listening to Kenza about horizontal relationships, or not just top-down relationships, and how to have a better contact with students and with society at large. I've been working since 2010 in France. The idea is that we publish books for people who don't have a voice, mostly comic books for adults, and also illustrated books for children and adolescents. I started off in Poland, a country where civil rights and democratic, diverse thinking are certainly we can't take them for granted. We have to do our best as well to improve intergenerational relationships. And as a publisher, as I said earlier, I feel I'm responsible for giving a voice to people who would otherwise remain silent. In Poland, we have an extreme right, ultra-nationalistic government, and feminists are enemies as far as they're concerned, and they have so many different enemies, and migrant population, and you name it. I mean, they have any group that gives a voice to ideas which are not ultra-nationalistic of the type they have, then they're enemies, they're opponents. And that's the context and the atmosphere that we have at school in Poland. You can imagine how teachers feel about that. They have a curriculum that most of them are not happy with, and that they have to keep quiet about. So again, opening possibilities to listen to people from all those different generations in the country, to see examples of liberties and situations of freedom, so that our children and our younger generations can see what that is, and also keeping that little flame alive that the older generations still might be holding. I just wanted to add that comment. Thank you for letting me have that opportunity. Great. I'm afraid I'm going to be slightly negative, and I don't want to talk about topics that might not be connected with our roundtable session. Let me start with my first point, because we're talking about independence, but I think interdependencies are absolutely paramount. I don't know if some other roundtable session will be dealing with that topic. I think if we stop at talking about independence, we will be making a mistake. There's all the commons, which are so important, well, have been historically as well, but also on the internet. The commons and interdependencies. I'm thinking about the International Alliance of Independent Publishers. How can we make the most of our body, of our association, and grow stronger? We have so many challenges that we need to face in the practical world, and negotiating is important in those situations. So again, the commons, interdependencies, that's a topic that we shouldn't forget about, also from the practical point of view. That's the first comment I wanted to make. And then, if you allow me, I would like to add one more thing. We're talking about bibliodiversity, and that's great. And we have different ways to study finance, political hegemony. We can study bibliodiversity from different angles and points of view. But what about the point of view of decolonization? Let's not forget that we still live in a culture and in a world that's totally a result of colonialism. There are still the powers that be, there are networks connected with that type of post-colonial power and relationships. So why don't we stop and study all of that so that we can then decide how to better decolonize our countries? That would be a fresh framework for bibliodiversity. The COVID pandemic is not just a world with humans these days. It's a world of humans and bacteria and a virus and what else? Well, so many different consequences that we are suffering, for instance, where people are made invisible, or people are denied a voice. People who can't be seen, who can't talk. How can we be sensitive to what's marginalized if it's invisible? It's a huge challenge. Thank you so much for your contributions. I think there's one more person that has raised their hand. I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah? Yes, we can. Well, it's a question that has been sent from a student who's following us online. And this student says the following. You've all been talking about bibliodiversity, but kind of focusing in your own countries. And I was thinking, how can we use globalization to our advantage? There's another question from Leticia Saudberg, a researcher who thanked the speakers for their presentations and who asks the following question. She says, hopefully to be answered by all the speakers. She says, how far do you think that having diverse languages and minoritized cultures as part of your projects, whether you work in academia or in publishing, and how does that connect with bibliodiversity? Thank you very much. We've now heard some questions. I think Frederick is asking for the hand, or maybe you can go first. Yes, please. About the first question, my opinion is that the only way forward is by working together, by being united, and that's what we're doing as part of the International Alliance. Because fair enough, we are independent publishers, but we also have a role we need to play. We don't want our independence to stop being independent because we depend too much on economy, right? Because, again, we want to be independent, but we have to first remember what we're convinced of, what we stand for, and being very, very much aware that we are minute in a world of giants. So let's make the most of what we can do, and they can't. We're small. We stand for very special, very specific products, right? So we're independent. That makes us free, but that also makes us accountable, right? Let's not just play our role as victims. I mean, we've seen situations, people saying who've been working for decades without getting paid for it just because they're militant. Right, that's the situation. And yet, is that acceptable? Are we just happy with being independent? Are we accountable for what we do? Well, I would say that we are financially dependent to a certain extent, and yet it's a limitation we have as well. We suffer. We have very often a precarious job, a precarious salary, and but we're not the only ones. In my country, students at university, when they finish, at best, they can find a job and get paid a pittance for many, many years. So again, let's not just feel sorry for ourselves. Let's not just be victims. I do what I do because if I had a normal, shall we say, job, I wouldn't be able to stick it for over 4 months. So, it is true that we've all been talking about the situation in our own countries to a large extent, and yet, isn't it great? I mean, we can come here and listen to experts from other countries in our industry, all of that thanks to the alliance, the international alliance. Sometimes in Morocco, for instance, the French Institute organizes activities or an event, and that sounds fantastic, and yet, unfortunately, the programs are biased. A French expert who is there on behalf of the French academia, and yet who knows nothing about our context and about what we need, about our limitations and our constraints. So, again, I would like to say once again that the International Alliance and Alfonso, the workshop that you have with myself, with Tony, with, well, Pablo and Silvia, all the work we've done in Turkey as well, it's been great. My experience was that we all went with our own knowledge and know-how and specific context about our country, and we've learned so much about our colleagues just by sharing our experiences, and rather than just proposing a model that might fit everybody and for us all to copy, right? That's the hegemonic discourse that we are so familiar with in our past. We don't want that. We want to respect differences and diversity and multiple angles and points of view with some universal values which basically respects diversity. Arguiñe, Jon, I was thinking maybe you want to add something, right, from the floor after what's been said?
Who are you speaking to? Are you speaking to me?
Maybe we can hear from me first. Is that okay? Sure, and then John can continue. I would just like to give a couple of examples about Canada, about using translation and different languages and how that's very much connected with bibliodiversity and decolonization. I was thinking about what Leticia asked and about the blockbusters recently in Canada. Well, it's a book that's a memoir. These memoirs published by a publishing house that has done fantastic things about Caribbean authors. A publishing house that's very much connected with a bookshop in Quebec. So, why am I saying this? Because when we were talking about Creative Commons, well, it's an interesting possibility thinking about minorities and minoritized languages or authors or topics can also be successful as long as we manage to attract the right readers with the right topics, the right styles, and let in all these books that would otherwise be completely ignored and non-existent. Thank you so much. John, would you like to add something?
Just by way of conclusion here, I listened with great interest to these many contributions. I found it riveting, fascinating, and to listen to what some publishers have done in or are doing in Syria, in Morocco, and elsewhere. I mean, it is absolutely fascinating. So I'm just very sorry that I can't be there with you to carry on with these conversations. It is really, really interesting. There is just one comment I would make on, well, let me just comment on two things substantively that were mentioned in many of the comments and criticisms. I think one publisher had this lovely term to describe books that an independent publisher might take on knowing that they are unlikely to work. They call them suicides. I think it's a delightful phrase. And of course, anyone who's involved in publishing knows very well that, especially independent publishing, knows very well that you have to have, or that you do end up taking on many suicides, books that you think will not do very well. However, we all know as publishers that publishing is a business of serendipity. You really don't know how books are going to do, and we could well be that some of those suicides turn out to do surprisingly well. So I think one of the joys of publishing is that you have a diversified list and you are prepared to use your successful books to support the ones that are riskier and where you think they may not do very well, but you don't know for sure. So I'm all in favor of publishing suicides and of taking the risks on those books. I think that's one thing that independent publishers can do, which many large corporate publishers will not do. Large corporate publishers who are governed by the bottom line will not take risks with those books that they feel might be more marginal. And I think this is a really important role for independent publishers. One other thing I would comment on, a couple of the questions had to do with globalization, colonization, decolonization, and so on. And speaking as someone who runs a publishing house in the English speaking world, I've I really take that comment to heart, and I'm very conscious of that point. And we in my organization, Polity, have made a determined effort to reverse those flows. And so we do a lot of translation, but not just from dominant European languages like French and German and Italian and Spanish and so on. But also, we have made a really determined effort to translate from the global south, for example, from Africa, from Latin America, and so on. A really strong program of translation from languages in those parts of the world that are in a different position in relation to these broader global processes. And I think that's really, really important for publishers to think hard about where they sit in these broader international globalized processes. And so if you sit in the English speaking world, I think there's a real onus on English speaking publishers to think hard about translating from other countries and other parts of the world into their own language domain, partly to reverse those flows, but also partly to enrich the conversation, the cultural conversation that takes place in the English speaking world.
Thank you so much, John, for your comments. And unfortunately, we're coming to the close of our roundtable session. I would like to thank all the speakers who've made it possible. And just as John said, I also want to say I'm fascinated by what people have said. Just like John said, he's fascinated. I want to thank all of you who followed us, and we'll keep talking. Thank you. We will now go and enjoy a nice coffee break just for half an hour, and we will be back here by noon. 12 o'clock to talk about the ecology of books. Enjoy your coffee.
Sola, Jose Belvere, Corinne Fleury, and in a virtual way, Susan Hawthorne from Australia. Hello, everyone. Be most welcome to the second roundtable dedicated to the ecology of the book. The book market is one of the largest cultural industries in the world in France. It goes well beyond music and cinema. In 2019, 650 million books were sold in the UK. And the 20 main countries, book-selling countries in the world, accumulating $42.5 billion, and in the US alone, $14 billion. 7.5 books are sold per minute on the German-speaking market. The book is, well, an industry. The book industry does not only produce cultural goods, but it mobilizes labor, it generates income, and it destroys natural resources. So we do have to build awareness regarding the ecological problems. We're not going to give you easy solutions here, but we do want to create the foundations for, asking the right questions. In order to speak about these issues and in order to try and find common solutions, I'm very happy to be here with Anaïs Massona. She's director of Les Éditeurs de Nouvelle-Aquitaine bookshop in Paris. She's the president for the Association of the Ecology of the book. To my left, there is José Belvere. He's an economist and a researcher on books, especially on digital books. And together with us, in a virtual way, we're very happy to have Susan Hawthorne. She's an editor, she's a publisher, in Australia. It's a feminist press. And she's the author of the manifesto regarding bibliodiversity, which has been translated into many different languages. So how to start this debate? Beforehand, for the previous roundtable, we heard that books are culture goods, which makes them different to other products, right? They are cultural, and they sometimes are even pedagogical. They're somehow intellectual as well. Kenza has even claimed the status of luxury for books, right? So Anaïs, I'd like to ask you something. This is a common conception here, is shared conception here of books being cultural items, cultural goods, right? Publishers present here, independent publishers, defend that notion, that concept of bibliodiversity. So, what do you think? Do you think that we are escaping the issues related to industrialization? Do you think that that makes out of us people who should not question themselves about the issues of industrialization, or on the contrary, should we ask ourselves questions regarding that? Regarding the theme ecology of the book, do you have a vision regarding the book industry globally, and especially regarding its industrial character? Well, thank you very much. Very many things have been said already, so no need to repeat them. I've been a publisher for 15 years. I belong to the Syndicat de Librairie Française, and I am also in the French-speaking book association. My several positions have allowed me to understand what's at stake regarding the book industry in France, but also internationally. I am actually a bookseller, I meant, not a publisher. So, you know, what do? I am actually fighting with time. I don't have time, but when I can, I do struggle for the for raising awareness about bibliodiversity. At the ILF, for the Association des Libraires Françaises, we don't speak a lot about that. We don't speak about the ecology of the book. We know that we are part of an industry. We know that books are made of paper, they're not made of plastic. So we don't think about that. We think that that's for other people, right? But there are some of us who think that there's something fishy going on here. There are quite a few people asking ourselves why and how. But within these trade unions and associations, people don't wish to speak about the ecology of the book. At the Maison des Associations in France, what we did is to get together. We got together with publishers, you know, booksellers, librarians, together with activists and militants, in order to ask ourselves very many questions and to try and make some progress about what could possibly be the ecology of book and the actions that we could take. We did eco-fictions, as we call them. I'll speak about that later on, because, you know, we all know that we use finite resources. We use very little recycled paper. There is a lot of consumption, production consumption. And we don't think about the different possibilities as far as economies goes. The Maison des Associations took an interest into this, and we actually started to do some professional reflections regarding that. We also reflected upon the theme of reading. How do we learn to read? How that also participates into this neoliberal economy. So that was the framework, so to say, in which we were asking ourselves questions. If I were to define what the ecology of the book is today, I'd say that there is a material side, and there's also a social side. I've seen that there is a difficulty. There is an atomization of the actors, of the different actors. They're very small, they're becoming very small, and it's difficult for them to get together. And some ideas are hard to communicate. I don't know if I've answered your question or not. Yes, you have, thank you. But maybe you could actually give us a hint regarding your perspective on production. And, you know, given the fact that we are in a society of consumerism, maybe we could have a better reflection of our production and consumption. What do you think as a bookseller? You're part of an association of booksellers, right? So as part of that association, what's your reflection regarding the production and the consumption of book as a material fact? Well, booksellers have been complaining for a long time. I've been there for 15 years. They complain that there is a huge increase of the number of titles, the number of books being published. It's very hard to keep up with that. There are we have reflected together amongst us and with other people to try and diminish this production, this high number of titles. We analyzed the questions of production. We're very happy to have a high number of feminist books because 50 years ago it wasn't the case, but we have lots of reproductions of the main types of books. So how can we struggle against that? For raising awareness, for example, there are some series that are very well sold, that are hotly sold. But this production, you know, sort of draws a curtain on other types of production. So how can we, at the bookshops, and also we as publishers or authors, how can we, how are we participating in that reproduction of titles, right? So I think that when I was speaking about this atomization of actors, so this multiplicity, this myriad of actors is contributing to that. Yes, thank you. You were speaking about this notion of reproduction. When we think about the production of a book, we're going to think of resources, the resources that we need to create those, right? So, José Belver, we know that, you know, for a number of years, we have the paper crisis, and the COVID-19 crisis has exacerbated that probably. So we have a resource crisis. But maybe this is just the top part of the iceberg, right? If we deal with the notion of materiality in the book industry, we have a tendency to think about paper, but we should also think about the digital editions, which necessitate other types of resources, right? So which perspective, as an economist and as a researcher regarding publishing? And I mean digital and paper publishing. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in Spanish, which is my native tongue. He says that in French. I like to be able to contextualize this ecological dimension of the paper publishing. I'm an economist, as you said. I have a vision of economy which is not the classical one, which only takes into account offer and demand, which only takes into account anything dealing with markets and therefore having a price. Economic activity within which lies publishing and so many other human activities works as an open system within a larger system, within a larger framework, which is the ecosphere, the natural system, call it as you will. So it takes natural resources, which are sometimes renovated, or other times they're just simply extracted from the earth. And it emits residues, and it destroys the ecosystems, because the ecosystems are actually, you know, beyond the contractual paper crisis that we have. There are many factors for that. As we know, there is this strong growth of demand after COVID-19. There's the chaos of international trade and international shipping. So for the paper sector, we see that we have a huge external dependence, foreign dependence, and this involves and delocalization and externalization of those natural problems. What are those damages? Is the consumption of resources, the energy consumption, and the emissions, the carbon emissions. we use renewable resources, for example, paper. But the rhythm at which we use those resources might be faster than the rhythm those resources take to regenerate. The people from the footprint calculate that as overshoot, and they say that every year in July, August, we have gone beyond the naturally occurring renovation system in the earth, right? So we plunge on our reserves and we convert in non-renewable resources that were actually originally renewable. So we actually go beyond the planetary boundaries, both the climate boundaries and the biodiversity boundaries and the pollution boundaries, water pollution, earth pollution, and the paper, the paper pulp, the pulp and paper sector is also should also respond for that. We should consider the most sustainable alternatives. Maybe I can go also into the digital world, or should I go into that later on? Yes, I think that it would be interesting to delve into it right now, because we are speaking about resources. So it'd be interesting if you can actually speak about the resources that are necessary also for for making digital books. We will somehow be anticipating things we'll be speaking about later on, but no matter. What are the resources that digital books necessitate today? So, for digital books, there's a difference. The paper book is itself its own support, its own materiality. And we can think about production, transportation, and consumption. Those are the three phases of the value chain. We manufacture a paper book, we distribute it, we place it to either directly to homes or to the final customers through Amazon and other platforms, or we just place it into book-selling places. Book-selling practices in bookshops are theoretically more sustainable than platforms such as Amazon. And for the consumption, we would need a lamp, right, to read the book. For digital books, the book itself is read by a support, which can be used by a medium, which can be used for other things, other means. Can be a tablet, can be something else. And those are electronic devices. Those devices require, actually, from the cradle to the tomb, an electronic device along its life cycle, 80% of the energy consumption will be for its manufacturing, not for its use. We would think, a tablet would consume electricity, right? Yes, but they're ever more efficient. The thing is that when they were manufactured, they required minerals which are ever more scarce. Not to speak about the geopolitical problems linked to it. They require energy in order to be manufactured, right? Just like for the paper and pulp sector. And these devices are a lot more subject to obsolescence than a paper book itself. Because of status, for example, I want to be trendy, so I want the last electronic device from a very well-known brand. Or it could be technical obsolescence. My portable phone, my computer, my laptop just don't work because software have become obsolete, or because there's a printer. I have a printer, as we know, where there is a microchip, which is designed for it to, to just close down, to stop working. So there are some of those devices which are designed, so to say, to be used for only about 3 or 4 years. Therefore, their ecological footprint is a lot higher. Thank you very much for your insights. Suzanne, as a publisher, I'd like to ask from you, when you are thinking of launching a new book, these resource issues come to your mind? Do you ask yourself if, I'm going to print on a certified paper? Am I going to print on recycled paper? Are the inks used by my publisher, are they vegetable ones? Are they recycled ones? Or are they organic ones? Do you ask yourself that kind of questions? And if so, for how many years have you been asking yourself these questions? Is this part of your habits, of your daily life as a publisher? How do you live these resource issues in your daily life as a publisher? Thank you.
Before I start, in Australia, when we begin to speak, we acknowledge the Indigenous owners of the land on which we live and work. So I'm speaking to you today from Jiru land in far north Queensland. So that's just a welcome to country that we do as a matter of course in Australia, recognising the Indigenous ownership of land. So when it comes to production, what I've been thinking about is the comparison between organic farming and organic publishing. Farida Akhtar in Bangladesh is both a farmer and a publisher, and she writes of farming that the new agricultural movement is not to produce more food for consumers, but to create life diversity and ananda, that is, to live a happy life. I too come from a farming background, and when Renata and I set up Spinifex Press in 1991, we made a conscious decision to stay small. We were not interested in growth for growth's sake, and instead what we wanted was small-scale publishing, like the organic farmer who has her best results on limited acreage. Staying small enables the farmer to produce something unique, to retain flavour that can't be produced industrially. Industrial scale agriculture claims that organic is only for the rich, but Farida has shown by example how people with very few resources can create nutritious food grown without pesticides or the intervention of the very big seed companies. So looking at the way in which publishing works, the world's paper is produced industrially in plantation forests. So yes, we do think about these things in our publishing programs. The problem is that native forests are clear-felled and then replaced by exotics. And that, of course, destroys biodiversity. The bigger the publishing company, the bigger the print runs. In turn, large print runs create excess stock returned by booksellers, which means wasted books, wasted paper, wasted trees. Returns lead also to unnecessary use of oil and diesel, and create high book miles. As a small independent, we have small print runs. We do PODs and e-books, and we have very low returns, very, very low in compared to mainstream publishers. And I did used to work for Penguin, so I know what figures there are like. We also insist that our FSC, that's Forest Stewardship Council, or PEFC, and that's the Program for Endorsement for Certification. The latter are mostly Australian-based, so my preference is for that. We have looked into the use of vegetal inks and the difference between vegetal and chemical, certainly so far as our printers in Australia go. But the problem is that soy is the basis of most vegetal inks. And because soy is a problematic industrialised crop, we have not moved towards using those inks. And we have also noticed in terms of lamination that some journal publishers are using unlaminated stock on covers. We haven't gone down that path, but who knows, at some stage we could consider it. In terms of what was being spoken about by Nias and the e-books, yes, I think there are some really big problems with the digital production. We have actually been producing digital books and e-books since 2006, and almost our entire list is now digitised. But we also went down that path because we felt that if libraries were taking on digital books, the feminist books were not going to be the first on the shelves, and we'd better make sure that our books were available as in digital versions as well as in print. Another way that we've worked on reducing print runs in some ways is by doing co-productions, that is, working with other independent publishers, and we've been doing that since 1992. And we've worked with publishers in India and South Africa, Canada, Philippines, USA and UK. And another of my big concerns, which came about when I was writing my PhD, which is called Wild Politics, Feminism, Globalisation and Biodiversity, was this whole thing around economics and the way in which that was working in with production, with the need to export in the English language market. If we didn't export books to the USA, we would not survive, because the feminist market in the USA is probably bigger than the whole of the Australian market. And with the coming of COVID and the slowness of freight to the US, we have instituted new things. Instead of sending our books by ship overseas, we now produce PODs. And that has worked quite well, because we are then also able to release books internationally simultaneously. And one of the other things that we discovered was that you can have book launches on Zoom. They can be international, they're really quite inexpensive, and it means that we can reach our entire market simultaneously, instantaneously. So that's been something that we've been exploring over the last year or so, and it's been an interesting process to go through that. So for us, in summary, reducing the book miles, keeping print runs short, using paper grown in registered sustainable forests, and staying small are at the core of keeping waste out of our production systems. I believe that organic publishing produces better books, and wish that readers understood more about the politics and the ecology of publishing. A sustainable industry is one in which books have more than a 3-month shelf life. And what Anas was saying about the massive increase in the number of books being published is also a problem for small publishers because it means that our books don't get seen often. So I would like to suggest to booksellers that you prioritise the publishers of small presses and put those books at the front of the bookshelf. I suggested that here in Australia a couple of years ago, and I got a bad reaction from some of the booksellers, the mainstream booksellers. So I think as I said, doing Zoom launches can be quite successful and a good way of reaching a market. It also reduces the air miles of authors, and I think that that can only be a good thing. So I think small is beautiful and so is independent.
Oui, Suzanne.
Maybe I need to answer some of the sense that you asked me as to whether we think about these things when we publish a book. Yes, we do. Obviously we do a certain amount of thinking at one point and then we move to the next thing, as we've had to with COVID, as we had to when we started to produce ebooks, to learn a whole lot about what that meant. And I think that one of the really important things is that small publishers create really good quality books. They produce books, they produce books that have a lot of love, passion go into them, and also a lot of thoughtfulness about process. And I think that is a continuing issue for all of us.
Merci Suzanne. Tout à l'heure, vous nous parliez.
Right then, I was thinking that when Suzanne was talking about Zoom launches, for instance, that's really interesting, and it made me think about booksellers and bookshops. What could we do so that we can have more people joining our initiatives, our effort, more people joining our chain? And I thought maybe we should be talking about social ecology and about interdependence. Anais, I was thinking that's something that you've been working on a lot as a bookseller, because you're interested in that, and also because they're important decisions, right, that we make and that you work with in your association. Because publishing is an ecosystem, that is a number of partners that evolve and change in a particular environment. And what does that mean when we talk about social ecology and interdependence? I was thinking that when books are published, then we take it for granted that other links on the chain will play their roles properly, and we take it for granted that there will be a good connection with bookshops, with readers. What's your opinion about all this? Well, ecosystem is very much a new term in our industry. I think the concept of chain is probably good enough. So when we talk about ecosystems in our industry, we should remember what ecology, how ecology defines an ecosystem. In a natural ecosystem, we're talking about a number of partners, agents, stakeholders that coexist, that have a connection with particular connections and relationships, often based on power. That's important, right? And for instance, we have to remember that in just about anything we do, we have contracts, we sign agreements, and there are contracts that connect the different stakeholders, whether it is the publishing house, the bookshop, and so on. So I think it would be a good idea if subsidiaries signed, if we're all careful to sign the right contracts, to word our contracts more carefully. I'm a bookseller, and I take it for granted that authors are well paid. When I sell a book, I'm kind of happy thinking that the author received a fair pay. So, a contract, if we word them correctly, I think we will solve so many problems in our ecosystem that we're currently experiencing. In our association, for instance, we've been working with WWF, and our doubt was whether the paper we used should be only sourced from trees in France. Well, talking to WWF, it was really enlightening because southern France, let's imagine that is mostly eucalyptus plantations, right? We need to bear in mind the resources that we have in every language.
Dans les autres pays où en fait le pillage des ressources, que ce soit celui du pétrole.
We have to be aware if a particular country has the resources that are required for our industry. So again, accountability and joint responsibility. We are responsible and accountable for part of what we do, not for the whole global problem. So a particular country or our smaller independent publishers might have more difficulties in sourcing paper because the larger publishers have priority access to it, like the recent problem we had with card. So, what could it be a solution for publishers or bookshops to own plantations? Would that be a solution? We would be more autonomous. And I was thinking about what Susan was saying earlier. She was telling us how they'd been collaborating with different stakeholders. And I was thinking, well, what about joint purchasing? We don't do enough of that in our industry. Different stakeholders collaborating, different professionals in our industry. And not just patting colleagues on the shoulder. We are sometimes too busy complaining because other people have made the wrong decisions for us, and we forget that we have our own power and our own decisions. So why not publishers, small independent publishers and bookshops, booksellers collaborating and maybe doing joint purchasing and not forgetting that we still live in a culture which is very much bourgeois, very elitist, and how we often The speaker apologizes. She says that she's forgotten what she was saying. Oh dear. So we have to be careful because we live in an industry with very big egos, and let's not be servants of those big egos. Let's join forces. Let's manufacture together, for instance. Booksellers have to make a decision, not just on the basis of passion and their likes, but as a result of their collaboration with authors, with small publishers, with researchers. And then I was thinking, listening to you now, about organic products and book ecology, and how that totally includes the concept of bibliodiversity. Susan, you were telling us earlier that you were comparing with organic farming, right? What we do. And that made me think. It reminded me of Vandana Shiva, I believe she said. This wonderful woman, this ambassador for art, for biodiversity. And she talks about farming spirits as a way to move biodiversity on the planet. And because you published a book on bibliodiversity, could you, Susan, tell us about your concept of bibliodiversity, your own definition? Can you remind us also about how things have changed and evolved since 2014? Do you think this field has evolved positively, or do you think we still have a lot of elements that are too similar, really, in that field? I was thinking of a publisher who talked about slow publishing. We would like to listen to Susan now.
Since 2014. I'll just read you my definition of bibliodiversity from my book, Bibliodiversity, a Manifesto for Independent Publishing. Bibliodiversity is a complex, self-sustaining system of storytelling, writing, publishing, and other kinds of production, of orature and literature. The writers and producers are comparable to the inhabitants of an ecosystem. Bibliodiversity contributes to a thriving life of culture and a healthy eco-social system. And as I said, the world has not become more interested in biodiversity, although I do think that the world has become more concerned about climate change, and then biodiversity gets to have a little bit of a moment in there because that's part of the problem. And the idea that books are just products is still the main sense of what a book is, and that ignores the fact that it's made up of the thoughts of authors, the work of publishers and editors and typesetters and designers, all of which creates a sense of what a book is, both as a material product or as a digital product. But you don't. If you fall in love with somebody, you don't show them your digital collection. You hope that you'll bring them home and show them your book collection, because it has a much more profound effect on people than looking at a device with an e-book on it. So I think that it's like organic farming in the sense that the things that are put into books, the way in which a book is received, those things matter. They matter intensely to me. So it's comparable to not sticking pesticide on your growing plants. And I think, but it's problematic because just as agribusiness has all of the power in the agricultural sectors, perhaps a little less so in France, because there at least have been good, strong movements there. But anybody affected by the Americanization of the world comes up against those sorts of things. In the mega publishing world, the publishers become booksellers. The booksellers, like Amazon, become publishers. They have enough resources to set up different language offices where translations happen in-house. They can sponsor writers' festivals that put their authors onto the biggest stages rather than in the back rooms, which is what small publishers often find themselves in. So these are systems in which the power of money distorts speech into a commodity. It also removes the imaginative, because the books published by these systems have a tendency to be formulaic, often genre-bound, and resemble a dangerous weed that has infested an ecosystem, destroying biodiversity. And I should add here that Spinifex, along with Women Unlimited, has published many of Vandana Shiva's books, and she has visited Australia and spoken here, and in fact won the Sydney Peace Prize some years ago, which was a very important moment when Australians got to hear Vandana speak in important ways. So yes, along with Farida Akhtar, Vandana Shiva has made an important, absolutely critical intervention and contribution to these kinds of discussions. The other end of it, I think, is what I would call the ecosocial system and the way that that is constructed. And in 2010, Betty McClellan, in her book Unspeakable, invented the term fair speech. And I then ran with that idea in my book Bibliodiversity. So the critical thing for this is that fair speech can be compared to fair trade, whereas free speech is more like free trade. And most of us are very familiar with the idea of free speech, but what is rarely taken into account is the very libertarian nature of free speech. Pornographers are one of the richest groups who are all for free speech because it makes them billions of dollars in profits. And what we then get is the speech of the powerful. By contrast, fair speech takes account of context, of power relations between the speakers, rather than having the freedom to be a bigot, taking precedence over fairness in social relations. So just briefly to summarise the difference between free trade and free speech and fair trade and fair speech. So free trade, free speech, it favours the powerful. It fosters and entrenches inequality. It focuses on the individual, and it ignores the quality of life. Whereas fair trade, fair speech decentralises power. It fosters justice and fair treatment. It focuses on the common good and engagement, and it highlights the importance of life over justice. There's been a big upsurge of cancel culture recently, and cancel culture purports to be an instance of fair speech because it claims to be the disempowered speaking out, but in fact, it is an appropriation of the free speech model that enables those who feel silenced to speak up and say whatever they want. Cancel culture is used by those with loud voices steamrolling over their targets. And an instance that, to which Spinifex has been subjected is the cancel culture of the transgender lobby, which is funded by billionaires who run medical and pharmaceutical companies that are making huge profits from lifelong use of dangerous drugs, as well as surgery that will affect the lives of the now mostly young women and especially lesbians, and it's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. Several of our authors have been subjected to cancel culture simply for writing on this subject. And this is relevant in terms of bibliodiversity, because what the cancel culture is creating is a blowtorch, really, a blowtorch against speech. And it is silencing a lot of people who just feel they have to be nice and say nice things to the people who are doing that, which is a bit like not standing up to violence. So I'm very concerned about this and the kinds of inroads it makes into destroying things like bibliodiversity.
Merci Suzanne pour votre intervention très intéressante.
Thank you so much, Susan, for your very interesting comments on bibliodiversity and for those reminders about how there are so many different ways and channels for us to explore, not just stopping at having one single monotonous voice. Well, thinking about what we've been covering, I'm quite happy that we've covered the foundations of the three different ecologies, shall we say, in our ecosystem. One that has to do with material resources, manufacturing, social ecology then, to do with interdependence in the book industry, and last but not least, bibliodiversity, that is publishing differently, having very diverse ways to do what we do. That's what we've been covering so far. Different types of diverse ecologies that we need to bear in mind when we publish our books. And then I was also thinking, when I was preparing for the roundtable session today, I wrote a post on my Facebook, and somebody wrote back and said, "Oh, great, ecology of books. How interesting. And isn't it time you focused more on e-books and not on paper books, you publishers?" Well, we know that e-books, digital books can solve some difficulties, and Susan said it very right. For instance, with all the problems we've been having with logistics and transport during the COVID pandemic, e-books solved a lot of problems at that time. Great, fantastic. And yet, are e-books, digital books, the solution to all the problems to do with ecology in our ecosystem? I wonder. We are talking about scarcity of resources and the importance for us to work on interdependence, and taking into account that there are very different parts of the book chain, of the paper book chain. So does biodiversity necessarily require e-books, or isn't that the case and we need to rethink all of that? Well, I was thinking about all of this quite some time ago. I wrote a paper about the costs of digital economy, taking all the items into account. And then in the last month or so, I've been reviewing the scientific literature about the life cycle of different products, looking at power costs, energy costs throughout the production and consumption chains, and also taking into account waste disposal. Please, let's not forget about that. Waste disposal are very different in paper books or e-books. So looking at all of that information, the bad news is that we don't have one single clear answer. I can't come here and tell you, hey, e-books are so much better than paper books or the other way around. That's not the case. We don't have, we have so many elements we need to take into account.
It depends on very many factors. It depends on when you're going to use that device. If you use an electronic device, it depends on whether you're going to use it on standby a lot. It depends on the energy efficiency of the device itself. It's going to be different if you're reading from a tablet than if you're reading from an e-book, because those e-books or iBooks, they consume a lot less power because of their screens. And when you put in contrast, put that in comparison with books, well, that's different as well. That book might be read by a single person. It can be read by very many people. It can be sold secondhand. It can end up in a library where 20 people may read it, right? So the number of times you read that is fundamental in order to examine it scientifically. There's been a study doing research on all literature available on this subject, and one of the graphics that I saw it's too bad that I don't have it here, but one of those diagrams that were part of the study showed that as part of the first reading, a paper book might generate more CO2 emissions from the cradle to the tomb. But if we add up the different readings that one person or many people will read it, the impact per book will be reduced, whereas the impact of the digital book will be pretty much maintained through various readings. So after a few readings, you know, a paper book would be more efficient, energetically efficient than other types of books. You know, after 2 or 3 readings, the paper book would be more efficient. The e or I book would be more efficient than a paper book up to the 6th reading. After the 6th reading, paper books will be even more efficient. I'm an economist, and I have a tendency to analyze things macro, right? And I've tried to establish a comparison between the very many other things that we have to do if we want to go into eco-social transitions in order to subvert the power balances. So, I was speaking about electronic devices. If we are able to get those devices with a longer lifespan, if we are able to make them less obsolete, if we struggle for the right to repair them, you know, this might seem to you that this has nothing to do with the book industry, but it does. You know, there are interdependencies. We're learning that every day. So if these digital devices become more circular, if we recycle better, if we keep the waste locally instead of exporting them to faraway places, you know, to get basically burned, you know, to where more vulnerable and poor people will actually breathe all of that toxic fumes, right? If we don't do that, if we do a lot more recycling locally, well, you know, figures might change, and they might favor the digital books. So, such as Susan and other people were saying here, information technologies offer us new windows of opportunities as well. And if we want to create counterpowers, if we want to create alliances, cooperatives, etc., new technologies can offer us new opportunities. It's true that we're facing huge, giant monopolies, capitalist monopolies, right? That's true. But still, those electronic tools can help us as well. And, you know, efficiency is very good, but within a social and economic, a large social and economic framework, you have to think about the well-being. And if you think of your well-being function of consumerism, that's pretty bad. If we don't complement efficiency with sufficiency, we're gonna go against planetary boundaries all the time. So the book industry is actually a good example. How can books be more sustainable? Well, by having more libraries, by having more common goods, you know, more things that people can actually use collectively. So there are many solutions for the book sector, and they're all in parallel to what we could call the ecosocial transformation or transitions. If we get more sustainable, environmentally speaking and socially speaking, we will be better off also in the book industry. So if I understand correctly, José, you're saying that we shouldn't say in principle that digital books are the solution, right? Because within the digital book sector or industry, you also have to think about of the durability, of the obsolescence, etc. You have to think of the book itself and of its support of the devices permitting the reading, right? So it's not enough to go from paper to digital, but you have to think of the larger picture, right? Yes, that's right. You have to actually think of the digital world. Actually, you have to rethink both industries. You have to rethink the digital book industry and the paper book industry. I was part of the Ministry of Culture, and they were publishing many books, knowing in advance that 30 or 40% of them would not be read, would not be sold. So, you know, you have to think of that as well. Yes, you're right. So the solution will not be necessarily digital, you're saying, right? Okay, let's go now to Anais. I don't know what you think about this, Anais. I'd like to ask you one question. What do we need to do to rethink the book sector, the book industry? How to come up with the transformation? How do we do to advance? How can we imagine the book of tomorrow? I know that your association is organizing workshops for the ecology of the book. Can you actually tell us a little bit more about that? Can you tell about this new way of imagining books? Actually, José, what you were saying is quite interesting to me. I was thinking about an agronomist who was saying that capitalism was stupid and bad. And doing industrial agriculture was actually even more stupid than capitalism itself. It's stupid because you only need, your inputs, your pesticides and fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, and anybody can do that. But if you want to go agroecological, if you want to go organic, then that requires time. It requires being a lot more smart, a lot smarter, a lot more intelligent, right? So how can we do a similar thing in the book industry? And, you know, we're running out of oil, we're running out of gas. It's coming faster than some of us thought, right? But this is a very complex thing. I think that we will be able to create, and we must be able to create resiliences which will enable us to resist the new shocks. I propose several solutions for reflecting. For example, the communalism or the commons, and also the agriculture supported by the community. That's a good example as well. You know, it means networking with people in your territory, in your area. I think that we can get inspired out of that. Just think about networks, which can be neighborhood networks or, you know, area networks, village networks, etc. That can be done. There's also learning how to read. Mr. Thompson was speaking about linking with their readers, right? To understand better and get to know better our readers. I think that at a given point, we stopped knowing how to read. Learning how to read is something political. Teaching our children how to read is something really political. If we teach them how to read properly, there'll be different consumers in the future. And, you know, we are aware about that, and we have supported pedagogues who teach children to learn to read differently. Kenza, for example, you were saying before that it's important to get committed socially as well. And I'm going to give you an example, which is part of my personal experience, actually. When we speak of degrowth, we've been speaking about degrowth. In France, for example, we have the prix unique. We have very low profitabilities, right? We are losing money, we're losing business, we don't know how to do. In my bookshop, I've created an activist library. What do? I propose my readers to pay some money to be able to borrow books. It's one by one, right? And that's a substitute to having the property, necessarily the property of the books, you know. Those people will not own books, but they'll be able to use them. And, you know, some people are actually accepting to do that, but, you know, it's hard. It's hard to get money to be able to be part of that library. And, you know, I have so very many, I'm surrounded by books there. And, you know, in my neighborhood, there are very many countries where you can have access to books. But many of those books would actually become waste. It's important to, in a smart way, be able to circulate those books before they finish up in a waste disposal. So libraries, in general, are very precious places, and they have a good role in this transition. Secondly, intellectual property and the role of authors. That's very important as well. We don't speak a lot about that. Creation is very important. Getting money for your creation is very, very important as well. But I think that we could actually, you know, ask ourselves a little bit more about intellectual property. Some books should not be published. They should simply be read, and that's a different thing. And you know, maybe there are some books which have a social and political role that should be published, but maybe some others don't. It's a very complex thing, I repeat it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Maintenant, après, c'est riche.
Yes, thank you very much for this very rich exchange. We're gonna let the audience ask some questions, make some comments. Would you wish to ask anything to our speakers, or, you know, share your reflections, share your comments? Of course, says Javier Belvé. Is there a microphone that we could get to our audience, please?
Alors, j'ai 3 remarques.
I'd have 3 questions. First of them is for Suzanne.
Par rapport au fait speech.
Pollution speech. You were speaking about fair speech, free speech. How about pollution speech? We are in a world where we are polluting everywhere, and there are huge social tensions as well. There are the fake news and the hatred speech, the hate speech, sorry. We are speaking about reading as well, and we are speaking about having a relationship with our readers. There is an association in France called Wake Up, or you know, meaning take your eyes off your electronic devices, right? So take your eyes off. On one side is the ecology of an attention. And then there is another thing. It's the cognitive development of reading that is different between digital books and paper books. There is an author, Megovost, who has studied that, and there's a sort of modification of cognitive processes. Those would be different between those who happen differently, you know, for digital books as regards the paper books. They're not equivalent, so it's 2 different dimensions. So I don't know what you think about that. Susan, maybe you could actually answer the question regarding the pollution speech, the ecology of attention. Sorry, the pollution speech. Sorry, the pollution speech.
Alors, je crois qu'on vous entend pas.
As pollution speech, or the kind of speech where, in fact, there is no discussion possible. A discussion is a conversation between 2 or more people, whereas what I think of as hate speech or pollution speech or fake news is just a monoculture. It's as Vandana Shiva writes in her book Monocultures of the Mind, it's the equivalent of that in speech, and it gets us absolutely nowhere. All it achieves is a lot of shouting by 1 or more people in order to make other people be quiet. So I think it is a big problem, and there are lots of groups who are going around and saying that writers can't write about this because they're not that, and an actor can't act something that he or she is not. So I think all of those things come into it, and that was what I was trying to talk about in terms of cancel culture, which is how it is discussed here in Australia And as for the cognitive development of reading, I think that's very interesting. And I think what we did a book a couple of years ago called Growing Up, Karu, Growing Up Gurindji. And it was written by 3 Aboriginal elder women and a translator. And the book contained the Gurindji language story, it contained the English translation story, and it also contained QR codes that you could put your phone over and then listen to the speech of the Gurindji language. And that's a very different experience again too. So there were 3 kinds of reading available just in that one book. And one of the things that I think is lost in our digital 24-hour culture is the ability to listen. The ability to listen to stories, to tell stories to one another, to discuss things, to listen and respond, think and respond. I think that that is a necessary part also of reading.
Oui, tu veux intervenir? Bien sûr.
Sí, respecto... a mí esta discusión me parece muy interesante.
I think this debate is very important. Regarding the ecology of attention, I think that it's actually sociologists. Hello? Hello? Are you listening to me? Hello? 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 Hello?
I can hear you now, but...
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay.
Hello? No? No.
Suscita una reflexión en general sobre nuestra sociedad y...
This is the English interpreter. Susan, can you hear me? Can you give me the thumbs up if you can hear us okay? Oh, now you can. Right, great. Thank you. So, there are many studies that have been showing that very probably e-books and digital things have a lot to do with neoliberalism and the breakup of social links. And yet other people say that social links and attachments are just changing. I don't know. I personally feel that human life has to do with a sense of touch, with sharing physical spaces, and there are pieces of research that have shown that quality of life needs social links and connection and time management in a particular way, as opposed to everything having to be fast and being individualistic. That quality of life has to do with those places where you can live slow, where you have your basics covered for, a home, food, whatever. And then the next basic needs would be shared physical spaces and social links and connection. So again, those people are telling us that it's the analog elements that add quality of life, much more so than digital elements. And now about understanding and learning differently depending on whether you use paper books or e-books. Well, the bibliography that I found, most studies checked reading comprehension, comparing and they said that reading comprehension seems to be work better on paper, although that might be changing because e-books are helping overcome distractions, for instance. Certain software will not open notifications on a particular device, not to stop you distracting you. Or, for instance, note-taking. I keep writing on paper. I take down my notes on paper. And yet more and more digital formats allow for handwritten notes as well. And then size. Size seems to matter. The piece of paper has to be of a certain size for you to learn more easily. And you know what it's like. On an e-book, you can change the letter size, but not on every single other format. And that seems to help reading comprehension. And I'm very sorry if I didn't give you a simple answer. Thank you very much. Right. Anybody else can think of any questions or comments from the floor? From the questions that were sent to the chat.
Hello. Just 2 quick points. One, Susan, I find your distinction between fair speech and free speech, I've always found it a very useful one. But just to leave a thought in your mind, in societies like ours, where you know, the fight for free speech is preeminent, would you consider a layered approach where free speech, the fight for free speech comes before the fight for fair speech? This is one thought I want to leave in your mind. And a question for the economist here. We've been talking about digital versus print forms of books. I come from India, a country where digital penetration is so poor that it's a luxury to think about digital books versus print books. Also in the context of educational systems which use the print format primarily, which I suspect is the case in many other countries, not just India, many other countries of the South, definitely. So would you be willing to nuance your approach towards the ecology of the book and posing digital versus print with this complexity thrown in, let's say?
In Indu, I think it's you speaking. So yes, I can see the point that you're making, that there has to be a certain level of freedom to speak within the society before you can even think about fair speech. So, but I think also that there are particular kinds of violence that are connected to the free-for-all speech that is part of the free speech dominant argument. But yes, I accept what you're saying, that a certain level of free speech needs to be possible just in a general sense within a society before one can hope for things like fair speech. I take your point, Indu.
José, est-ce que tu veux du coup
Oui.
répondre
You wanted to say something, right? Yes, please.
Gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you very much for that very timely question. I'm personally really interested, for instance, about the relationships between the north and the south of our planet, about the center and peripheral stakeholders. You're getting the translation, he's asking, yeah? Great. Yes, because there's an exchange which is unequal, which is non-symmetrical in this field as well, just like we find with labor, with the environment. We've even heard about digital imperialism, the term. Logically, digitalization can only be possible thanks to the rare minerals and metals from the south. And there was a piece of research that proved that some of the main minerals for new ICT, the new technologies, and also logically including technologies connected with ecologic or environmental transition, some 30 to 40% of those raw materials, minerals, metals, come from Africa. That's a massive paradox, and that's got a boomerang effect. Those minerals are used to make appliances and devices that are used, and very quickly after that, waste is disposed of. And waste is treated with very primitive technologies and equipment in Ghana, in China, in Thailand, in countries in the south. How ridiculous is that totally unequal relationship, power relationship? And I do apologize if I sounded like I have a similar opinion on paper books or e-books, which is not the case. I'm much more for paper than for digital books or e-books, although I do see some advantages in e-books. Right. So, what would be required? Well, for manufacturing of digital books or e-books to almost completely change the way it's done. And then I think you'll agree with me that when we think about paper books, there are so many difficulties as well. We have chemical inks and then, or dyes, and natural dyes. And then most natural dyes or inks are soy-based. And soy is not sustainable the way it's done. You know, so it is quite confusing and depressing in a way, but we have to put all of those elements on the table, and there are struggles and powers that be at lots of different levels, unfortunately. Right. I think we should realize that we're not going to come up with magic solutions or a silver bullet, right? I would like to add something. When we compare paper books and e-books as if they were totally comparable, I think that's a trap. I think we need to take into account the different impacts, political, social, economic, environmental impacts at all different levels. I think we should stop thinking about books as items and start thinking of them as a service, as if we were renting a service when we read a book. I think that would be a huge difference if we did so. The impact would be very different if we thought of it that way. And let me just give you an example. Newspapers, for instance, in the past, used to be much more diverse in Latin America than now. Whereas now, newspapers totally depend on publicity, and we have a lot less free speech. The press, newspapers are far less diverse as a result of that. So, again, we need to bear all those elements into account.
Sí, sí, estoy totalmente de acuerdo en esa reflexión.
D'autres questions? Je crois qu'en haut, il y a des questions. Ah.
I think somebody wants to ask a question in the room. Is that right? Well, thinking about e-books, digital books, we're saying that we need to keep close to readers, we need to broaden readership, and very often that's the problem is our budgets. When we launch an e-book, it's like throwing it up in the air, launching it on YouTube, for instance, and very often they're completely lost in the ocean of things, of the internet, and independent publishers don't hear about it, potential readers don't find out about it. So the object is there, or item is there, the service has been provided, and yet very often the problem is access. Sorry, I forgot to ask you to introduce yourselves before you ask a question, so that we know who is asking the question.
No, Kenza, je l'écoutais, mais Laurence?
À Laurence.
So, Laurence, no, Laurence was just saying to please introduce yourselves when you ask a question, that's all.
Bonjour, merci. Oui, Nadia et Salmi du Maroc, Yomad. Moi, j'avais vu.
Well, in my country, Morocco, I recently watched a documentary where a bookshop was printing in their own facilities. At the shop, they printed books on demand when a customer came and asked for the book to be printed. And I thought, well, what a great idea, you know, rather than ending up with printed paper that nobody's going to read and wasting that. It would avoid that problem, right? Printing tons of paper unnecessarily with books that might never be read. What do you think about that? I don't know if it's one first step towards a possible solution, kind of connecting up the digital and the paper world, right? Well, I have an opinion on that because I know quite a lot about printing. Nadia, you are talking about print on demand, that system, which has been used for some years now. A new way of thinking about how books are printed. But let's not forget that that bookshop you're talking about would need to have the equipment, a massive, great big machine still these days, very expensive, full of components. And I'm sure there are a few bookshops, for instance, in Paris, that have that kind of equipment. Maybe 2-3 bookshops in Paris. I don't know. I personally think it doesn't make much sense, particularly for books where hundreds of copies will be demanded. It wouldn't make sense for those titles. And yet, for certain books, it would be a good idea, right? Books that you would have on your catalogue that might not be terribly popular, a book that's not been printed for quite some time, and yet the customer can require for it to be printed on demand there and then. That's the idea. The reader would be happy with his or her book. It's a direct connection, relationship. It works in those cases. It's a practice that has been provided for some time by now, and it does make sense in certain situations. And yet, what are the problems? Well, if it's a very popular book, a big, or rather a title that needs a special binding, a beautiful piece of art, you know, maybe that requires very special paper, very beautiful colors, a gift book, a piece of art, that would not be the best solution for those books. So again, if it's a simple book that doesn't require particularly luxury paper, and books that are not very popular because and also bearing in mind that it requires a very big piece of equipment, a very big machine. All right, you wanted to add something. Yes, please. I just wanted to say that there have been proposals in France for bookshops to have those machines. And in fact, distributors were very concerned. They wanted to continue to have that control. Can you imagine, for instance, a group of bookshops, in theory, could decide to buy one of those machines? Well, they would need to pay for an intermediary who would store the files that need to be sent to the machine to be printed. And distributors didn't want that. They didn't want to grant that permission for intermediary services. I think in the US the situation is very different, and for self-editing or printing of reports, those machines are available in libraries, and it sounds like a good idea to me. That's right. I was thinking also about who would have the files stored, how is security guaranteed. I was thinking about those constraints. And yet, maybe in parts of the world that are very remote, geographically remote, it might be a good idea, right, for them to have these machines.
Je crois qu'il y a des questions en haut. Ya. ¿Funciona ya? Hola, mi nombre es Inés.
Hi, my name is Inés. I'm director of a small publishing house. We mostly publish women authors, poets, and I was thinking about printing on demand, how that would work. And I don't think we could send books over to South America if we printed them here. If you don't have a contract with a distributor who will accept a small order, I don't think we could do it. But yeah, I think it would be a great solution if those machines were available, for instance, in some of those remote Latin American countries. And then I have a question. What can we do with books that we should have in our catalogue, and yet they're not terribly popular? They're not bad. Maybe we haven't managed to find the right audience for them. Maybe it's because they're authors who are just not well known. Fantastic young Latin American writers who are completely unknown here in Spain. For us to be environmentally friendly, so we don't destroy resources unnecessarily, printing unnecessarily, what can we do? I mean, we've been talking to places where they might come and collect 70 books that I've got in my stores and that I'm not going to sell. Well, I was amazed when I was told I had to pay 150 euros for them to come and collect them so they could be shredded and then recycled. And I thought, well, I'm not paying that. I'll have to give them away as gifts, I guess. I don't know. I wanted to ask other members of the panel, maybe Jose, because he's an economist, or Corinne, Susan, Anaïs, somebody might know what we could do. How book ecology could really work for those books that don't work. You might not even have the rights to them, and you want to recycle them.
Question vraiment centrale, la question des retours.
Yes, I think for those of you who didn't have the receivers for the interpretation, I'll just summarize that question. She's just repeating the question. How could these books be recycled? I think Susan wanted to say something, right, Susan? Then I can tell you my experience.
We do print on demand. They are a very big outfit, and they are unimaginably big in terms of what we do, and that is why it's possible for us to be able to use their print-on-demand services. We do not use the ones that are supplied by Amazon and Lightning Source because we don't like them, and we would rather use the direct ones within the distribution house. It is a useful thing to be able to do, but I cannot imagine it working in a remote place where you would need technical support. What if part of the machine breaks down? You need to have access to the technical supplies, not just the technician, and you would need to have that person on call pretty much, all of your opening hours. So I'm not a believer in it being useful under those circumstances. I think probably under those circumstances, it's more likely that people have mobile phones and can receive books on their phones. I know that that's happening in quite a few places where people have phones, but they don't have iPads or other kinds of e-book devices or laptops. So I'm not sure that it works as a way of getting the books out into remote places. I think still sending books through the post can still work, even if it takes longer than it used to.
Merci Suzanne. En ce qui concerne donc.
Thank you so much, Susan. And what about, I was thinking, those books that are not popular, are not sold anymore, how can then they be recycled or used somewhere, somehow? In France, we have L'École de Loisirs, and also I would like to tell you about a very small French publishing house, just to give you some ideas about two very different ways of broaching that difficulty. In cases where we don't want books to be destroyed, shredded, binned. So, l'école de loisirs. For a couple of years now, this project worked to have warehousing facilities with their own system so that when a distributor gets in touch with them and tells them, oh, we've got this batch of 1,000 books that are going to be shredded. Well, l'école de loisirs says, no way, they won't be shredded. So together in their program, they've been testing different ways to deal with those batches, those books. What they do is they go and collect the books, wherever they are. They bring them to their warehousing facilities where they have staff, where people, for instance, were in prison and they have difficulty accessing a job. Well, they hire these people who then classify and store and finally find an audience for some 70% of those books that were going to be shredded. Quite simply because distributors don't always select books and titles properly. You know what it's like. There might be a very slight glitch on a book, a letter is slightly smudged, or there's a very small tear on the book. Well, they, in l'école de loisirs, recover and give a good use to some 70% of all those books that would have been shredded if it wasn't for them. 70% of those books then go back to the distributors and go back into the book circuit. They estimate that the cost of doing so is some 50 euro cents per book. Is that a lot? Well, I say it isn't, because 70% of the total books are used again quite normally, and surely the distributor should then be able to pay for those small costs, whether it was cleaning the book, repairing the cover somehow. Then there's the workshop in Reunion Island that works very similarly as well, recovering the books, and the costs involved are partly transport in our case, and well, it's a very small project because it's a very, very small group of people involved in this project I'm telling you about, but 90% of the books that we collect and repair or correct whatever is wrong with them, again, 90% of those books are used quite normally. Rue de l'Échiquier is another small publishers, and they do something very similar. When they have a certain number of books where something has gone wrong, in their case, they run like a jumbo sale of like special offer, and all those books that might have something very slightly wrong with them are sold again quite normally. And the sale pays for the costs of the project. I hope I answered your question.
I think we don't have a lot of time left, but maybe we could have one or two more questions. Yes, hello. I'll try to be quite quick. Jean-Jacques Teixeira, I'm a student for mediation in Poitiers in France. I've been hearing very many things here, And I think we're coming closer to a systemic model approach. But I think we should go beyond that. We should integrate the, the voice of the printers, the voice of several other actors, because, we don't usually take them into account, but they probably do have ideas to be able to reflect with us about the future of books. And that, would also imply getting out of a neoliberal model. And maybe the process that we will undertake will give us new solutions. If we close up, we will not find any solution. Well, that's one reflection, and I have another one regarding ecology. Today, we give a juridical personality to rivers, to mountains, etc., right? Today in France, Camille de Toledo and Bruno de Latour are doing that. They're trying to give some juridical personality to the river Loire in France. Why should books not have a juridical personality as well? Yes, I totally agree with you. Simply said, regarding the printers. Yes, you're right. It's difficult sometimes to speak to printers, but we should be doing that, and we will do that. Regarding books having a juridical personality, I think Lisanne was speaking about that somehow. They spoke about books being like threads, that intertwingle. Even if they're not the same, they mix, they mingle. And they spoke about books as another need, one other need, right? Books are also a tool for domination, and that's a complete different thing, but should also reflect upon this, because as I said before, it's very complex. It's not easy. It's neither the carrot nor the stick. Texts and books are quite complex, and it'd be great to create the highest amount of links with activists. We have to link with them to activists. It's quite, and books should inspire us not to reproduce the old system, because the old system is deadly. Okay. Do you have a question? Okay. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Oui. Très bien. 2 minutes.
Il y a 2 mains.
Il faut qu'elle...
Ah, 3.
Il faut faire la courte paille, là, je crois.
Hello, my name is Barbara Baranova, and I come from Czech Republic. And I'm the one who published Susan Hawthorne's book in Czech language, actually. So I just wanted to think about my experience with ecology, because I think there are different approaches, and I think that I will speak like from the bit privileged position, even if we are a post-communist country and we had a specific situation with publishing, and I will talk about it more tomorrow. We are quite privileged in the fact that we have a lot of printing companies, and it's quite affordable to do books in Czech Republic. So I decided a few years ago that I would really like to publish books like in an ecological way. So for example, I use the material from the Czech Republic, for example, Czech canvas, or when I order the paper, it's from a small Swedish paper company, and they're producing it completely ecological way. But the problem is that there is a huge pressure on the price. So for me, the way to behave ecologically also means that I need to educate a lot people, like my customers, the readers, why the price is bigger, because this is very something what's different when you do things in ecological way. And the other thing is that I decided several years ago that I will publish only limited editions of books. And this is also a good strategy, because it's also a tool how to persuade your customers that they should buy your book, because once it's sold out, there won't be any reprint. So it's also like a marketing strategy a bit, but it's also ecology, because once the book is sold out, there's also if people would like to have the book, they can anyway buy the book like from the second-hand bookshop, you know, so the book is still there. And I'm not thinking about destroying the books then, because I do just like 2,000 books, and it's something what I can sell in Czech Republic, and it's a good strategy. And the third thing is that I'm not sure if it's already valuable or if it's like happening, but our friends from Slovak Republic, they just told me that they've got this funding, and if you do your books like in an ecological way, you'll have like extra points and you can get the funding. So I think we should think also how to persuade our like Ministry of Culture or our politicians how to support us. If we do things in ecological way, we can have like the funding. So this is just a few notes I wanted to add. Thank you.
Eh bien, merci beaucoup. Laurence me fait comme ça, donc. Oui.
Hello. Yes, Laurence is telling me to cut off. Thank you very much. Later on this afternoon at 4 p.m., we're going to do a workshop regarding the ecology of books. So we will have yet another time and space to speak about this important topic. Thank you very much to all our speakers.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a las dos mesas.
Thank you very much. Thank you, both roundtables. They were both very interesting. Remind you that there's going to be a collective workshop this afternoon at 4 p.m. Ecological practices in the book industry. We'll be able to continue this debate then. Two logistical thing. As you leave this place, please hand in your device, your interpretation device, and please be punctual this afternoon. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, everyone.